shall rise and praise the name of the Lord. We rise up this morning and we praise in your name. We exalting you and we glorifying you. You say you wake us up before the rising of the sun, knowing that we're going back down at the same setting, because you're a God that shows mercy and goodness. You're a great God. You're our deliverer, the one who never fail us yet. My Lord, my God, you send your only Son to die for the nation this morning. So we lift up our hand to him this morning. We come boldly to the throne of grace. We bring the land of Grenada, Carriacon, Petit Martinique to worship and to come boldly to you, to your throne of grace. We come to exalt your name. We come to glorify you. We come to honor you. We come to tell you thank you. And we worship you in beauty and in holiness. Oh, what a mighty God we serve. We serve you day and we serve you night, because you are God. Great things come from you. You say you are the greatest. You are the one who created the world. You created himself, and you created the world. You created the rain and the sunshine, because you never failed to give us rain and sunshine. The coolness of the morning, everything comes from you. So you are mighty indeed. So what a mighty God we serve. So this morning, oh God, we know time is of the essence. So we come, oh God, Father, not in our hands that we bring, but we simply cling to the cross. We bring the sick and the suffering before thee, oh God. We bring them to you in a marked and special way. Remember those on the bed of affliction. Ah, Master, remember them when they cried out in pain, when the pain rocked their mortal frame. Father, there is no one else they can turn to, but they turn to you, Lord. We turn to you, that you are the one who helping us. You are the God who help us in all ages past. The same God yesterday and the same God today. So we come before thee, oh God, this morning, the unbending knees, the sick and the suffering come, and we bring them to you in your mighty hand, that you lay your hands on them and never take it away. Remember the doctors and the nurses, Father. Remember them in a marked and special way. Bless them, anoint them from the crown of the head to the sole of their feet. We need people like them, oh God, Father. Such like these, we need them, Lord, in the name of Jesus. And we give you thanks and praise, my Lord, my God, my King. Father, not forgetting the farmers and the fishermen, not forgetting them, oh God. These are our nation people, the one who go to find food for us day and night. They're like a soldier in the battlefield, bringing food for the nation, bringing food, bringing fish, God. They're feeding the nation by your instruction, oh God, because you did it in the days of old, and you are doing it today for them. Lord, we give you thanks. We thank you, God. Remember, you said we must pray for those who is in authority. We pray for the government of the day. Remember, you said, oh God, Father, if my people shall call you by your name, humble themselves and pray and seek your face and turn from the wicked ways, you will hear them from heaven. You will heal them. You will hear them. You will forgive their sin, and you will heal the land. Father, heal us, oh God, Father. Heal our hearts, heal our body, heal our mind in the name of Jesus, because we give you thanks. So the government of the day, you'll heal them, oh God, Father. Grant them the spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that they'll have understanding how to govern this great nation of ours. This is our nation. You gave us this nation, and you put them in charge in the name of Jesus. Bless them, oh God, Father, and all the cabinet members. Remember the opposition. Bless him too in the name of Jesus. Bless all his members, my Lord, my God, my King. You are the King of kings and the Lords of lords. We lift you up, oh God, Father. We honor you. Let your glory be on the nation. Let your peace that passes all understanding on the nation, not the peace of this world, but the peace that passes all understanding on this nation. Let your grace be on this nation this morning in the name of Jesus. Remember those who call you. Sometimes they're not hearing, but my God, we ask them to persevere. Call upon the name of the Lord in the name of Jesus. This one, oh God, pass by Sister Kenro, pass by Kami, pass by Sister Kami, pass by Miss Jacob in the name of Jesus, and also pass by our radio station. This is our airwaves that you gave us, oh God. Pass by them. Remember those, oh God, Mr. Donald. Remember Igwe. Remember Carl Caton and his crew. Remember each and every one of them. Bless them, Father. From the blessing of the gate, you bless the gate. You bless the surrounding of the yard. You bless it, oh God, Father. The bonding center, oh God, Father. In the name of Jesus, bless every corner of the radio station, every bonding center. Bond it in the name of Jesus. Bless it, oh God, Father. And we tell you thank you. So this morning, oh God, you taught the disciples to say, when they pray, they must say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. That will be done on us as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God bless Grenada, Carriacou, and Pretty Martinique. Have a lovely weekend. You all nation, bless us all together as one people, one calling, because we call upon the name of the Lord. Amen and amen. Praise the Lord. Good morning to you, Igwe.
Morning.
Wonderful day. God bless you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye. It's real. It's 91.9.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk?
Remember, if you're inside of St. Patrick's and you're looking for some breakfast this morning, be sure to check out Velma's Restaurant and Bar. This morning for breakfast, she has roast, baked, saltfish, smoked herring, and grung provision, and some local herbal tea to go with that. For lunch, she has gel of rice, grung provision, potato salad, pumpkin, roast pork, what's that? Big chicken, macaroni pie, and local herbal juice to go with that. And for dinner, my favorite burgers and fries. People on the Facebook, share up the live. People on YouTube, share up the live. Good morning, Mr. Belford. How you doing? Alban Harris, good morning to you. Claude Abraham. Miss Deborah Laborde, good morning. Good morning, Miss Ferguson. I see you. Errol Bonaparte, good morning to you guys.
When you're talking,
You're getting ready to bang.
you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. How you move when you're moving.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met office, we're speaking with Mr. Jason Robertson. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Igwe, and good morning to our listeners of Real FM. Let's take a look at the weather for today, Friday, the 6th day of October, 2023. At Point Telling, it is cloudy. A moderate breeze is from the east-southeast at 14 miles per hour. The barometric pressure is 11.9 millibars, which is below normal and rising. The present temperature, 29.1 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity, 81%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 31.6 degrees Celsius. And the minimum last night, 25 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, we had 16.8 millimeters of rain. The total for the month so far remains at 16.8 millimeters. Now for the public focus for Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique, valid for today and tonight. The weather is expected to be partly cloudy to cloudy and breezy, with few brief showers improving during the evening. Today's maximum temperature should reach 31.5 degrees Celsius. The wind should be easterly to southeasterly at 10 to 20 miles per hour. The sea should be moderate with waves 4 to 6 feet in open waters. The tide is currently rising, will be at 9:30 a.m. and low at 3:30 p.m. Sunset today 5:54, sunrise tomorrow 5:56. To repeat the forecast, the weather is expected to be partly cloudy to cloudy and breezy with few brief showers improving during the evening. From the Maurice Bishop International Airport, Jason Robertson reporting.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right, Mr. Wade.
Base Kind, Southern London, England, good morning to you as well. Have a blessed day. We'll pay some bills and we'll be back after this, folks.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Go right ahead.
Good morning to you, good morning to the nation. A reading from the Word of God, Psalm 93. The Lord reigneth. He is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength. Where with he has gathered himself, the words also established, that he cannot be moved. Thy throne is established of old. Thou art from everlasting. The floods had lifted up, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voices. The floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mighty than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimony are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forevermore. This is the end of the scripture reading.
All right, thank you very much.
You have a wonderful day and a lovely weekend.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
Little England, you asked for a store that speaks the quality and we gave you. Now, you have started asking for brands and we have brought them in for you. Little England has all the brands you're looking for. Washing machines. We have Hoover, Indesit, Beko and Candy at the best possible prices. Deep freezers, fridge freezers, all sporting the Sharp and Hoover brand. Microwaves of top quality, Panasonic and Kenwood. We stock the best in smart TVs, JVC, Sharp and Panasonic. Now listen, this electric and top stove kettles, steam and non-steam irons, toasters, Bluetooth speakers, phone charger and cables, including wireless chargers, top brand names in blenders, solar lights for both inside and out. The only appliance we do not stock is a transformer, because our appliances are for the authentic power source 220 volts. So check us out at Little England. We aren't so small after all. Little England, located Main Street, Satires. Call us on 458-4111. That number again, 458-4111.
Your new Grenlec bill is even easier to read and still has all the valuable information you need to track and manage your usage.
Hey Mom, okay, your friendly tech support is here. So you got the new Grenlec bill? Let's take a look. The new bill makes it even easier to see your bill total, the due date, and much more. And take a closer look. It actually is a lot easier to understand. Let me show you. You can still see exactly what the charges are for, but in a great new format. It even shows how the cost of generating and delivering the electricity to you is calculated using your actual usage. And Mom, let look.
Hungry anyone? You heard about it and it's finally here. Velma's Restaurant and Bar located High Street, Satires in St. Patrick. They're open from 6 a.m. until midnight. Breakfast is available from 6 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. On the menu is roast bake, sawfish and many mouth-watering items. Lunch is a close second with items that can be grilled to your satisfaction. We have steamed fish and other seafoods too. For the health-conscious ones, we provide vegan and vegetarian dishes. Looking for some something that will hit the spot from 5 p.m. until close. Come and enjoy our burgers and fries. At Velma's, we cater and host parties. We have an on-site bakery where you can place your orders for fruitcakes and other pastries. We also have local juices. Listen to Real FM for your daily menu to place your order in advance. Call us at 419-5622. That number again, 419-5622. Velma's Restaurant and Bar. Come eat lunch with us.
Grenada, as we celebrate 50 years of independence.
I love my Grenada.
Made in Grenada presents the celebration of 50 years of Calypso.
Open me a little better night, honey.
One stage.
No, not so fast.
One show.
Music holding me.
Grenada's best Calypsonians performing Grenada's greatest hits. Sunday, February 11th, 2024 at 6 p.m. sharp. Grenada National Stadium. More information coming soon.
When the DJ play Peter Humphrey, she raise her hand and she tell me, making no place sweeter than home.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtees, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. One-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So maybe I repeat it. Go. They're like a natural disaster. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging, now we enacted one week. Prophesy to the country, streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing, now this is my humble petition. Another day for election, go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. The honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now it's all check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts, even in chutney I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later, to protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation, go. To safeguard our image before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas, a dog on the knees. And I'm begging, go now. They try to stick me with the rich me. They are more trick than Houdini.
I'm Carl Keaton.
I know.
And morning to all the listeners of Real FM on all Real FM platforms. Because they are more trick than Houdini. David Copperfield do a trick like them. You know? So we see that movie and them already. Igwe. So that's why we caption this morning. We see that movie already. And the housing movie, we see it already. Igwe. And I go explain. Real expressions for Friday, today is 6 October 2023. DXtention, because we realize they changed the launch date. The launch date for independence, they don't have it on the 19th again.
When they having it?
I think the 30 something or the 34. So. These fellas and them, they are more tricked than Houdini. Well, Grenada is my constituency, as I always say. Real FM is the people's and my parliament, and I'm the people's spokesman, the speaker in the parliament. I'm blessed and protected by the ancient of days. And Igwe, we have when people was wondering why the speaker of the house does be for a baby, I have a clipping where he was on an NDC platform speaking. So we know why he does be doing that nonsense where he keep jackassing the thing. We go play that clip among others. But before we go, whilst I was making my opening salvo, Igwe, I want you to line up belly and guts. And the one way the Prime Minister talking about people have to live with the consequence of election. When you say carnival is one that is that. Because that two clip would be so important. So I want them line up. That two clip will be so important moving forward with this morning's discussion. We see that movie already. My purpose here, Igwe, our purpose here is to give the people the facts, to present the facts to the people. What they do with the facts is a matter entirely for them. Where there's shame, where shame is absence, Igwe, anything could happen. Like what we see they're doing to the people and them with the low income housing. Only where shame is absent, that could happen. We won't stay silent in this parliament on issues that affects the nation and the nation's people. So they expect us to stay silent on that. They have a long time to wait. And to those who say we making noise, I like to make noise. I just getting started, Igwe. I ain't start to make noise yet.
Warming up.
Yeah. Igwe, the problem in this country as I see it, is not so much the outspokenness of the ignorant majority like people like me. You go say, they making noise, as they just say. So that is not the problem. The problem is those who claim to have sense, or the intelligent minority among us, the deafening silence, especially the church people, because they go in to church on Saturday and Sunday to rob the people, and they using the Bible to beat them by saying, yea he, we have robbed God. And there's somebody balling in the back in tithes and offering, so they taking all the poor people money. The same poor people that cannot approach the bank now to get a loan to get one of these low income housing, and you hear the church saying nothing. And then they looking so pious and holy on Saturday and Sunday, while the people just outside the doorstep continue to struggle. But it's the silence of these people that have me up at night. Because these are the people of influence. These are the people, the powers that be would listen to, but they remain mute. The hands on the lip. Igwe. So give me the clip on them, because I want the clip on them. We will get into the meat of the discussion. We go make our substantive argument.
What else going on? But you voting for NNP or NDC or whatever it is. When they go into a rally, go and listen to exactly what they are saying. See if it makes sense. Get a pen and piece of paper, write it down. And when they go in office, hold them against it. A man just can't just come and just promise you XYZ, and when he come, he ain't doing it. Hold them against it. And if we start demanding more other people, they wouldn't have a choice but to raise their level. But if these parties see that we just, anything goes for us, they will continue giving us mediocre.
But I want to say this. The same way Carnival is 2 days, the same way an election is 1 day, we then have to live when the Carnival is over, and we have to live when the elections are over. And as citizens of Grenada, we have to live with the consequences of our choices.
Yeah, you hear about that with Andy. Look for it, when you say you have to have guts and belly. I want to. Because you say you have to do the things early. So the people have to buy into it. Now, Igwe, in the presentation of the last budget, which the NDC faithful branded the best ever budget, they speak in glowing terms of the Prime Minister, Minister of the Chancellor of the Exchequer as he then was. Like he was Jesus Christ's twin brother. Because they say the man so good that he just speak from his head for 2.5 hours. But those like us who understand a thing or to realize there was a small word, a teleprompter. But they so want to give the Prime Minister props then, they didn't even check on that. So since then I realize the silence of the intelligent is a problem. You understand, Igwe? The critical thinkers silent in Grenada at this moment is strange. Because so many of the ignorant majority is bawling out, but the silence of the intelligent is strange. So in the best budget, the Prime Minister made certain pronouncement. And I'll make my points and support those points with facts as we usually do. So here I go on, because they like to say all kind of thing. Them Christians and them, I don't know, they go into church on Sunday and they saying how we doesn't speak in the truth. I don't know. That's why they say many shall come and they make any gospel difficult to preach. So all you have to sanitize it. So that's why when I pray, they don't hear in. Because I don't turn away from my wicked ways. I don't fixing yourself. And I want to go and say I don't pray. That prayer name is vain. I am wasting time. On page 13 of the budget, last budget, the best budget, the one how they characterize the Prime Minister then like he was Jesus Christ's twin brother. In the budget it says how financing of the 2023 budget, Igwe. He give a list of how government intend to finance it. Other sources draw down from the Consolidated Revenue Fund and disposal of assets. No other sources of funding are projected. So let me zero in, because you have to use their words. You cannot make up things on them. Let's zero in, Igwe, on disposal of assets. The Chinese give the houses as gift. So the government have it, Igwe, as an asset. So when we talk about disposal of asset, we jump to the conclusion, we talk about now, so we talk about Grenlec. But little do we knew, it was the gift from the Chinese the government intended to leverage as assets. Because the first move was to disregard all the applications then and take new ones. So follow the money, Igwe. Because we go break it down this morning, we go deep sea diving. We'll go deep sea diving this morning, Igwe. So, because we see that movie already. Before 2008, the NNP, led by Dr. Mitchell, had an agreement with the same Chinese for 500 houses. When the Congress came in, they said, don't give us the 500, give us half of the houses and some money. Follow the money, listeners. I'll go slow. So all you could take notes. So when they come and confront all you, let them know on page 13 of the budget speech, there you have disposal of asset as a way of financing the 2023 budget. So take that note. Igwe, let me take that note. Page 23. Then, facts. Before 2008, the government and the Chinese had an agreement for 500 houses. The Congress came in and they said, we don't want the 500 houses. Give us half of that and some money. Facts. And I want them to do that. Because they're listening. Mr. Tell us what I listen. I want all to do that. Then, so let me follow the train of the money here now. So that being said, disposal of assets in the budget, the NDC have a way of do liking people, so they don't care. And if you notice, every time they are about to attack the weak, two things happen, Igwe. First, the Prime Minister always out of the country. Leadership by avoidance. That happened with the $150. That happened with the $2,000 for ministers. That happened with the payment for teachers. And you could go on and on. Every time an issue of that comes up, the Prime Minister always conveniently out of the country. So I'm going slow here because I want people to really get that thing with the housing thing. And when Mr. Pierce said they just plan them thing and them to show you how they plan it. Secondly, Igwe, they always bring a story to try to distract the Grenadian public. This time, the story was oil and gas, and they cannot find documents. So they know they are about to come out to roll out this housing thing, and they realize the chaos, mayhem, heartache, and pain it will cause to the people who the low-income houses was designed for, because they have their friends from the diaspora and other places waiting in the wings to use those houses as investment. So they come up with a shining mirror, oil and gas. So everybody, so the Grenadian public, go be quarreling, beating up for and against oil and gas, whilst they take advantage on poor people, children. Igwe. So that was just a deflection. That was just something for people to get intoxicated with about oil and gas, and then bam!
Housing.
They drop the housing thing with the letters and they telling you go in financial institution in 2 weeks, come back. You know when you're doing loan negotiation, it takes time. You have to get all the relevant information, which we will get into today. Then the report from the Ministry of Finance, because we join the parallel, we join all the lines. We dotting the I's and we crossing the T's this morning about this housing thing and the reason why they're doing it. Grenada has received less grants for the period January to July 2023 when compared to the same period in 2022. According to data, some people will say data, from the Ministry of Finance, the total grant received for the year 2023 so far was the period, remember we're talking about January to July, my birthday month July, was 33.3 million. But for the same period, when the NNP was around, the amount was 157.5 million. So it's almost 120 something million less. Igwe. All right, let me think. So that 1 point, you know. Then the fact that this government, this present one, went to Parliament to seek a supplemental budget tells you there was a shortfall in the budget boss. Because I go in deep sea diving this morning. We don't come in here to talk about innuendos and personalities. We spitting facts here. And I want them to challenge me tomorrow morning downstairs Real FM. All those who bold and saying we doesn't speak truth here. Come tomorrow morning 8 o'clock downstairs Real FM and let we battle with facts. Don't come with innuendos and opinion. We're dealing with facts. So there was a shortfall of close to $120 million less in grants. And I will tell you why you have a shortfall in the grants. Because we connecting everything here. You know. So they lose out $120 million in grants. So they had to come and ask for $149 million in supplemental. You see how the figures are them here? They lose 120 something in grants. And because they lose that money, they had to come with a supplemental. And a supplemental budget simply means there is a shortfall in the budget. You use the supplemental to make it up. So here are the figures there. You know. 149 supplemental. Because I hope I'll have your pen and paper out, you know. So when they come, I could tell them that. 149 supplemental. Subtract 33.3 million from 157.5 million. So it's 124 million shortfall by grants. So 149, 124 million point something shortfall by grants. So they have to make the money some way. And they say to finance, so they have to make the money to finance the budget because there's a shortfall in the budget which required a supplemental budget of 149. You understand? So when they look around, they say, watch, you see the housing and them is assets, and we see with our disposed assets. So let me put it enticingly close to low income people. But we know they can't get it, but so we go say, well, we give you a chance and all you couldn't get it. So again, because everything they do, he has something to deceive in it.
Yeah, a school child just tell me they changed the name of the houses from houses to condominiums.
So Stan, if you're listening, you could call me too.
So that will up the value.
Yeah.
A condo.
So, yes, Igwe. So there's a shortfall in the budget and they have to make that money. So disposal of assets, because they said so in the budget speech. And the housing, the Chinese housing is assets to them because they get it as a gift. But we know, because Ron know how to sell gift. So they know about selling gift. He don't new to them. So when we say we see that movie already. The Ralph, we see that gift sell already. So selling gift, the houses and them is easy, Igwe. As Andy Williams said, do it early. So they go buy into it. That is his word, Mr. Godson Belly. So they really have belly according to one of them. Think a Calypsonian who close to them. They really have belly.
They had a belly.
And a real strong mind. If it was me, I would have quit a long time. But they go ahead. And they say, you see that? We could make around $34 million from selling that house on them. So you see the figures that I'm telling you? So when you add the 120 shortfall in the grant and the 34 million they could make in the housing, it come up to the 149, 150 thereabouts that they asking for in the supplemental. So you see how the figures is? I didn't make up those figures that I'm making. Them figures I am there. And I want people to take the notes. Take notes. Now we don't take in call yet.
Alright. Colors whole lot.
We deep sea diving right now. And when we come back, we just can't rush back up because we don't want to catch bends. So, less grants received, the budget out of finance, supplemental acts for, figure is 149, less grants 124. And if they sell the Chinese houses by what they're suggesting to sell Igwe, it's around 30 something. So when you add it up, it still come back to the 150 something thereabouts. So you see how the maths work out. It's not like that. They're just on the black maths, man. You don't have to go in Harvard and UTT and them to do that, man. But we know the NDC don't care about housing. So they're just using that as an asset. Because like I tell you, in 2008, the Chinese already offered 500 houses. They say, no, we don't want 500 houses. Give us 250 houses and give us the rest in money. So they say, now all the Chinese thing now, so they late. The houses are in bill already. So they can't ask the Chinese back for money now. Igwe. So they selling the gifts for the Chinese give us. Igwe. So we go get to this thing there. Ask yourself the question, Igwe. The NDC has been in power in Grenada, and at the third occasion. We could talk about 1990 to 95, 2008 to 2013, 4 years, 7 months, and 19 days. Ask yourself, why the Chinese never build no house in Grenada during the reign of the National Democratic Congress? Because they're so emboldened and brazen, Igwe. They condemning the construction of the house in the face of the Chinese. Yeah. They condemning the house and in the face. I never see that yet. Somebody give you a gift, you accept and you condemning it. I never see that yet. According to a friend of mine, I never see nothing so. The whole place go up with this conversation. Igwe. Because the NDC as a political organization seems not to understand foreign and international relations. So they believe they could tell you anything, say anything, lie to anybody, and so on. The bottom line, Igwe, about those houses, they was designed and the issue was for people of low income. Igwe. But what happened with this government? They take the gifts from the people and they give it literally to financial institutions, because when you go, or if you're so fortunate to get a loan, Igwe, unless you don't pay the loan, which might be the next 30 years, in some cases 20 years, the place is not yours, it's the financial institution. So the Chinese give us a gift, and the government turn around and give it to the financial institutions. Because they have some, they say NIS, credit union, GDB, and banks. But they know you don't have money in GDB. NIS won't take all this $34 million in the portfolio right now. So you leave up to the credit unions and the banks. And they cannot coerce the credit union, neither the banks, to give these people the money, because those people have their criteria of how you obtaining that quantum of money. So what we see, Igwe, is simply this. The intention was for low income people, that people who earning $1,500, $1,200, and so a month. But how they bring it now, you have to be earning close to $3,000 a month to comfortably treat with one of the so-called low-income houses. Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, are surely crying. Because to understand that he give a country a gift. And the gift has handed over, and the country has handed over this gift to the financial institution, was never the intention on this agreement. All financial institutions are interested in Igwe is making a profit. And the intention, no matter how you try to spin it, the intention of this gift was not for profit. But we turn around and we see this government, brazen, inexperience, lack of institutional knowledge, and arrogance, doing that with the houses. And they so speak of the revolution. They're using every revolutionary tactics. That's what is happening in the revolution. When they want to do something, they bring an issue, or they throw out an issue, or they go on, and then they say that it is. So foreign relations, that move by the government is a slap in the face of the Chinese and will damage foreign relation. Now we spoke about less donations, and Igwe, here lies the crux of the matter. Because of how this present administration treat with foreign relations and treat with the people of this country, the international and the regional community is watching Igwe. And they're saying, well, I can give these fellas and them with taxpayers' money. You understand, Igwe? So that is the reason we get $124 million less in grant. Is because of the doing of this government, the actions. And it has not stopped only in grants, Igwe. The action of this government under the CBI program has caused America to treat with and otherwise deal with the E2 visa. People mustn't forget that. The one where holders of green and passport could have gone and walk and study just so. Now you have a qualifying period. You have to wait long because of this government. Other countries in the region, once you hold a US visa, it was easier to treat with Canada gets. You must know that. Yeah. You is a Canadian de facto. Yeah. All because of the actions of this government. So I'm not surprised that they're getting less grant funding, because people won't take the hard-earned money and give you for to put in GDP to give Lacret and Andy Williams and them. And they say others might get steal. We are wait. Yes. They won't take their money and do that. So your grant go continue to dwindle. So then when you sell the house on them, what you selling next? According to you just watch wrestling, Igwe and Goldberg just say, you next, eh? Yeah. What next, eh? Because the question is, Igwe, how would one access funding? Because this morning we decide we will go deep sea diving. I did a little dig in because I don't like to come here wanting. Igwe. The question is, how will the Imanis, single mothers, the wardens access funding for this so-called low-income housing? That is the question. And what are the requirements to access housing? And I did a little analysis, Igwe, for the 58,000 houses. If you, based on calculation of 5%, if you get the access, you have to pay $292 for 30 years, or $321 for 25 years. At 3%, you're paying $231 for 30 years, $260 for 25 years, and $305 for 20 years. The $73,000 at 5%. For 30 years, you're going to pay $391. For 25 years, you're going to pay $426. And for 20 years, you will pay $481. At 3%, 30 years, $307. 25 years, $346. And 20 years, $404. But listen, Igwe, the figures do not include life insurance, which can easily add another $150. So all the figures are giving you, you have to add $150 for life insurance. Utilities, you add another $200, Igwe. Igwe start to do the adding for me, you know. 150 plus 200. You know. Transportation and others, 150, you know. There are additional 500, you know. Food, at least 300, there are additional 800, you know. So if you take the one for 20 years at 3%, you have to add 800 to 404. That's $1,204. Igwe, listen. So then the loan payment plus this 800. I don't talk not now about entertainment allowance, so you might want to have a social drink or something, you know. These are conservative figures. Living on the bare minimum, Igwe. So when we come here and talk all these things, we don't just come here to make noise and bluster. We have reasons for saying what we say. The government action, Igwe, in this housing debacle essentially excludes, Igwe, the poor, the elderly, and what they don't like to hear, the vulnerable. Because the Bible, which some of them hanging on to, because the man in charge, the senior minister in housing is a man that's preach the gospel. So he must know that the Bible say the poor will always be among us. Not me what say, Igwe. The Bible say, Mr. Telesford, the poor will always be among us. And it's when you take advantage on poor people, that's the worst thing that could happen. So, the government action essentially exclude the poor, elderly, vulnerable, the group, the houses was negotiated for in the first place. So the people, when the negotiation was going on for the houses, who was intended to get us houses. This government come and by this action, they exclude the people who the houses was intended for. Like wickedness in high places. That like when the Bible says you fight against not flesh and blood, but powers and principalities, because I want to pray and preach. And jackass the thing. So, when the houses was negotiated for Igwe, the intended purpose, now this government come and exclude the people what the houses was intended for. And the Bible don't say what is for Peter could never be for me. You understand what I'm saying? So, we tell you we see that movie already.
Mm-hmm.
Because in 2008 they say give us less house and some money. Because it's all about money, so the NDC is out money. Let's go. To survive these persons, if they get the house, you taking a break, you going with?
Yeah, closing first.
We just get warm up, you know?
No, I must take a break now.
Well, let's take a break and we'll come back here.
All right.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
91.5 Real FM got you covered.
St. Patrick's Pharmacy. St. Patrick's Pharmacy. Looking for a wide variety of prescription drugs and over-the-counter medication? Check out St. Patrick's Pharmacy. Feeling weak and want a boost? Check out St. Patrick's Pharmacy for all your vitamin and mineral supplements, essential oils such as lavender, peppermint, eucalyptus, and much more. Medicated soaps, antifungal and antibacterial, all at affordable prices. Visit St. Patrick's Pharmacy today at its new location. A new location on Lip Street, apartment number 4 at the Ford Building. We are open Monday to Friday from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call us today on 414-1954 or 442-0204. St. Patrick's Pharmacy, where quality medication costs less.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness. Keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Do you know, when you play the games of the National Lotteries Authority, you are supporting sports, culture, and nation building in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique?
Hi, I am Junior Murray, cricket coach, sports enthusiast, and a former West Indies cricketer. I endorse the games of the NLA 100%. For the past 40 years, the NLA has been funding many sporting activities, including competition for schools and clubs, and for athletes to participate in overseas tournaments such as the Carifta Games and the regional cricket tournaments. Additionally, they made it possible for you, the public, to view local, regional, and international tournaments from the comfort of your homes. For those reasons, I play the game of the NLA. Even if I do not win, I know Grenada always wins.
Yes, When you play all the games, the NLA in turn supports sports, culture, and nation-building activities throughout the Tri-Island state.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pocket every month. Plus, now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
Grenlec extends a warm invitation to all community groups, nonprofits, and other eligible organizations in Grenada. Join us for an expert-led workshop series designed to help you unlock your project's potential while mastering persuasive proposal writing and fostering innovation. Choose your date. Workshops will be held on October 17th in St. Andrew and October 20th in St. George. Don't miss out. Register your interest today by calling 449-3630.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes it is. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley, but they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people, the country taking a beating. So maybe I repeating go. They're like a natural disaster now. 10 times worse than Ebola, like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. And I'm begging food. Now we are learning what we prophesy to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing food. Now this is my humble petition. Another date for election. Go now.
Yes, Igwe. Back to where we were.
Igwe, you have a clip for me. Why you behaving? Why you feeding me? As you see a school child tell you, I say 300 is like a feeding board. So that to tell her, just go in conservative.
Yeah. No, 500
minimum. So I just go in conservative. I'm just trying to work with the program, but you see.
All right, let me don't feed you like
board.
But I want to say this. The same way Carnival is 2 days, the same way an election is 1 day, we then have to live when the Carnival is over, and we have to live when the elections are over. And as citizens of Grenada, we have to live with the consequences of our choices.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you will.
So, the persons, the category of persons, the houses was negotiated for. The action of this government exclude those people. To survive, these persons must be earning at least 2,500. In the category of people, the houses was designed and constructed for. How much of them is earning 2,500 a month? The question is, what category of workers are currently earning this amount of money in Grenada, $2,500 and up? That is the acid testing. Economic exclusion, because we are to tie in all the issues. We are to tie in all the issues here. The NDC accused the former administration of wanting to keep people poor. I must mention here to the person who run for the NDC against Kate Lewis, the people that are in Baghdad. You be so care about them running up to the election. They say they want to see you because they don't see you. So I just passing the message on. I don't know. I don't stay in there. So the former NDC administration accused the NNP of keeping the people poor. Yeah, Miss up here. Just settle yourself. So we must conclude that the actions mean essentially desecrating the poor and vulnerable. And it started by because they used to always say, because remember anytime you mention poor and vulnerable, it used to be a vexing thing for the Congress. But here what they start, because I'll give you the track record, because this housing thing is not just only about the house. It's about how they see the people who the houses was intended for. They remove 150. Just so. And all that I'm saying is facts, you know. They hike the price in sugar, claiming health reasons, but they're talking about white potato what worse than sugar for the same problem they're trying to say sugar cause. They reduce the price on condoms. So, you have a clip there they say, Igwe, when the Prime Minister saying when you see strange decision making, line it up for me. Wonder who paying for the rally and the big fete, because under who pay for the rally and big fete what wanted a reduction on condoms in price.
So when a party gets into power and they behave a certain way, and you can't understand why they're behaving, did the thought ever cross your mind to ask who funded the big rally and the big fete and the jump up? And how do you know that the decisions that seems baffling to you as a citizen may not be decisions that are made in the interest of the people who funded the rallies and the big fete that we went to and jump up and have a good time? If we had laws that says limited, for example, the amount of funding that any individual could give to a political party, if we had laws that said a political party had to report every cent that it got in donations and publish it, our politics will change overnight.
Yeah, you caught it. Okay, one. So the question begs, who funded the rally and the big fete interest for you to take out the 150 on the seed program? Whose interest are you solving? Who paid for the rally and the big fete for a reduction in the cost of condom? Because that's what you say, you know, because best budgeting. The indiscretion, removing the needy persons from the seed program, in whose interest was that done? Because there are strange action. And you see, when you see strange action, find out who paid for the rally and the big fete. The blatant disregard equal to healthcare. Who funded the rally and the big fete? What want you to treat with healthcare as how you're doing it? The irresponsible management of gas price, because Andy Williams say, if we could give you for 12, why cap it at 15? No, it's 17. In whose interest are you letting the gas price go up? Who paid for the rally and the big fete? The gradual destruction of the Imani program, the best program instituted on this side of the world in the last 100 years. In whose interest are you dismantling the program? Who paid for the rally and the big fete? In whose interest? Putting the low-income homes out of the reach of low-income Grenadians. Who paid for the rally and the big fete? What want you to do that? The fine of thousands of workers in Grenada, particularly women. In whose interest? And who paid for the rallies and the big fete? What caused you to do that? So yes, Deacon Mitchell is correct. By the time his government time is up, we would not be able to categorize persons in Grenada as poor, but we might have to refer to them as dead. And folks, I gave you some percentage of possible interest rates. And Igwe, it is difficult out here. And Igwe, to get a loan, life insurance is a part of the collateral to get a loan. And the banks will not give you a loan if the apartment is not insured as well. So you must insure the condo. They call it nice name, you know.
Condo, housing.
We say low income housing, condo. So how something that was meant for somebody, like they say, what is for Peter could never be for Paul. And you bring this thing. And as my friend Mr. P always say, these things are planned because they know the fallout would have been in the housing. So they start to come and talk about they can't see documents for oil and gas to lead us astray. But we go stay on this beat till we toes bleed, Igwe. Morning, Mr. P, how you doing?
Yes, good morning, and it's always good to join you all on the DXtention this morning and listen to some of the topics that you touch, and hope that we could provoke some discussion among our economists and our leaders in the community and the trade union. Because I think sometimes when these things are said, it is so easy to dismiss them as noise from political parties, particularly the opponents now, the opposition. It's easy to categorize you or castigate you as just NNP making noise. So I like to provoke the jefes in this country, the dons, the people who call themselves economists, the managers of the bank, the managers of the financial institution, the managers of the trade union leaders, the managers of the credit union, to challenge what we see. So it's not a question that you're just saying something because you might be categorized as a supporter of NNP. And anybody challenging this government now would be immediately grouped as NNP or a traitor. But I dare and challenge the leaders in our country. Because ultimately, this is what is going to give the democratic process some level of decency when they are challenged by leaders. And I say to ordinary people, if leaders cannot express their opinion on issue, watch them with one eye closed and one eye open. We have a number of people in Grenada that is well educated, highly certificated, and they demand the respect in public. So on issues of that nature, I dare them to speak. I've been listening to you on the housing issue, and you've been asking where the people are going to get the money. The government don't want them to get money. The government of Grenada do not want the people that the houses was designed for to have it. They will provide it for some of their supporters in Grenada that have money, and some of their brothers in the diaspora as kickbacks, as rewards, as incentives to support them. But they don't want the people the houses were designed for to have it. I wish they could challenge that. I wish the economists in the NDC could challenge that. They do not want. The houses were built for low-income people who cannot access loans to the bank and financial institutions. Because government in the developing countries promised the United Nations that they would have a financial obligation to the poor, the wretched of the earth, and the destitute. This government do not want them to get houses. They want them on the street. They want them catch the hell. Some of the supporters say, let it pound stone. And I think that's what the government is all about. The government, the Prime Minister of Grenada, Deacon Mitchell, destroyed the covenant that existed between the financial institution and temporary permanent workers. He destroyed the trust, the covenant. It wasn't a contract. It's practically a covenant that existed between the financial institution and the workers that we consider as temporary permanent. And let me give you a worst case scenario and a practical example. Let us suppose Kenny Larson, I like to jump upon Kenny name. Let us suppose Kenny Larson had a worker that was working with him for 4 or 5 years. Or Daddy Wayne, or Andal. And that worker applied to the bank or the credit union for a loan. That worker is not a permanent worker, it's a temporary worker. And they're working for 4 or 5 years. And Andal, or Daddy Wayne, or Kenny Larson establish business with a degree of permanency in this country. Give them a positive recommendation. The bank is more than likely to accept it and give them the loan. Because these businesses don't have a track record of just getting rid of workers. So since the owner and the manager give these people a good recommendation, the bank or the financial institution would assume, although this worker is not a permanent worker, but we see no reason that they would fire them. So that worker would fall in the scale of temporary permanent. This government of Grenada, these 9 members of government, they break the trust, they break the covenant that existed between the financial institutions in Grenada and temporary permanent workers. What they did, these things was there silently, and people outside of the arena would not have known about it. But the government came in and they say, we will make you permanent so you could get loans in the bank and financial institutions. We will make you permanent so you will get loans in the financial institution. Some people that was not permanent was already getting loans. But as soon as the government come in power, instead of making them permanent, they fired them. They fired people working 16 and 19 years. So because that is entrenched now, you need more than a recommendation from Andal or Daddy Wayne or Kenny Larson. And if you work with the government, worse. Because the financial institution is going to state, we have entrenched a new policy in Grenada where temporary permanent workers is no more. This is a financial crime. And I dare and challenge the credit union, the bank, any manager, any economist in this country to challenge me on that. Because I believe that is what think tanks and the intelligentsia and academia are supposed to do. When you are challenged, you're supposed to answer. If you cow down your head when you are challenged, you look as a lunatic in the rum shop. And I think this is what the government has done. The government has break the financial trust, confidence, and covenant between temporary workers and temporary permanent workers and the financial institution. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all that they took that action with the housing, because they won these houses for some of their supporters, not even their poor supporters. The supporters that have little discretionary income, and the brothers and sisters in the diaspora who they have found new love for. So they won the houses that the Chinese built for them. Because a lot of people in the diaspora living in cubicle and basement. So these houses, while it is look on with some time with scorn in Grenada, it will be extremely welcome by people from the diaspora. It is sad, it is unfortunate, but that is the reality when you select a group of people with no track record in politics before, and they are greedy and they bitter, and I think the best term I could get to describe them is vultures. That is a challenge, my brother. How are you going to deal with it? They say people dissolve the government they have. People must study the policies of the political party, the track record of the political party, what comes from the mouth of the spokesperson of the political party. I think people have to really study that more. We have taken it for granted because throughout the history of Grenada, we have not had a political party that is as bad as this one, that is as bad-minded as this one, that is as disastrous to the economy as this one. One have to hope that whenever they demit office or they are demitted from office, that we will not have millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars with unpaid claim. I know we will not have electricity company because they might sell it in their term.
Very soon.
I hope and pray that they don't attempt to sell Nawasa in this term.
Very soon.
But I don't have much faith in this group of vultures.
They're selling everything.
I believe that the only thing that might stay might be Nawasa for whenever they come back again. You know, I know it is sad and unfortunate. People from Karakou were given the keys for their home. Could you imagine?
Listen this, Mr. P. Please be advised that our letter to you dated May 20th, 2022 in relation to the matter of a caption is hereby recalled due to an administrative procedural error. Your application did not get through the selection committee vetting process, which all applicants must go through. Therefore, your application was re-entered into the general application pool for Carrico. Unfortunately, at the end of the vetting process, your application was not successful. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. And it was signed by somebody at General Manager Acting Housing Authority of Grenada. You could imagine that, Mr. Pierre?
Yes, I don't surprise. You see, you're dealing with a group of people that don't have scruple. You're dealing with a greedy bunch of people. You're dealing with people that are vultures. You're dealing with people that prey on the elderly. You're dealing with people that is extremely disrespectful towards people in the lower income group. You're dealing with people that harbor and envelope some of their spokespeople that call people nasty and greedy and classless. These are the people you're dealing with. We don't come to reality yet that we have the worst group of politicians leading Grenada in many, many years. In 100 years throughout. I know of no other group like that in the whole Caribbean. So they are quite capable of their actions. I think what should happen in this case, these people that they withdraw the letters from would be part of the very poor people. I hear somebody say they should take it to court. Court what? Where they getting money to go and give an ex-lawyer to take to court? If the matter have to go to court, the NNP party would have to gather their letters and explore the possibility legally at their expense of taking it to court on their behalf. These people, asking these people to take the court, that is why Deacon Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada, in the same issue with the people in Carrico that lost their job, Deacon said, let them take it to court. Because Deacon know it's going to cost between $10,000-$20,000 to pay a lawyer. Deacon knows that the legal fraternity is practically beyond the economic capacity of these individuals. When you tell them to, how are they going to take it to court? They're going to go to court to spend more than what the house costs. What justice that would be? The only how you could take that to court is if a political party decided to take it. Our lawyers don't do pro bono again in Grenada unless they involve in politics. They don't do pro bono. So the Bar Association wouldn't do free work for these poor people. They might do free work for a star, a budding star, that later on they could write and say, well, I did. But these poor of the poor, no. You take a Eric Gary, you take a Kit Mitchell, you take a Uriah Buzz Butler, you take a John Compton, or you take some of these individuals to fight for these people. You don't expect lawyers to go and fight for them. You know? Unless the lawyer perhaps is involved in politics and etc. You know? So I am saying that these people could take it to court is a joke. It's almost laughable and insulting. A lawyer could just take the money and don't bother with them. We have a number of people that pay lawyers. The lawyers don't even go to the court. They don't even go in the court and represent them. You have some case outside there. We take it to court. The trade union not even interested in these issues. And this is why we had uprising. This is why when Gary come in Grenada, that's why we can't stop talking about Gary. Who would have taken the challenge in Grenada to fight for these people? Not Marisho. No. Marisho perhaps represented the intelligentsia. not the poor of the poor, not the wretched of the earth, not the illiterates, not the stinking estate people. No. And it's so easy for individuals to abandon them. And that is why I have a lot of confidence in the NNP team that is there. Even if Dr. Mitchell is no longer running for the party, but I know he will be involved in the politics, and you have a strong team there that leave frugal from Kate Lewis, Yolande Bain, Emmeline Pierre, Peter David, Miss Modest, Oliver Joseph, and the others. A very capable team that will represent the interests of the poor. But I think sometime we dissolve the government we have. And we have to look back and examine the government we have and recognize we took our own hands, our own willing hands. Yes, they lie for us. But we should have known they're telling lies. If it is too good to be true, it is too good to be true. So they told lies and they destroy the trust that existed between the financial institution and these group of people.
You have a clip there for me, Igwe.
You want it?
Yes.
Easy to you know. Hold on.
Some administration, they are afraid to take the tough decisions early. But we are not afraid. That is why our Prime Minister said he's going to transform Marketing Board. I understand the Lagoon Road. I understand the Lagoon Road was there to be worked on before, but they had no guts. They had no belly. I was being, was there for the Wall Street to be transformed, but they had no guts. They have no belly. Listen, we have belly and we have guts, and we are going to take the tough decision, right? And we are going to do it early. And you know why early? Let me tell you why early, right? Because some people would not buy into it early. But if you give them chance for them to see it and for the thing to materialize, then we will get buy-in. So we want to say thank you.
So you hear the acting Prime Minister.
Guts and belly.
You see, they sat down in a room and discussed this issue.
They planned a lie.
But because he is a political neophyte, he couldn't keep it quiet.
You have to
get excited.
Yeah, excited.
Every time you listen to them, even when the Prime Minister say, when you see people doing things, politicians doing things, where the money come from? Yeah. They sat down and planned these things. Mm-hmm. Yes, we take the break. Thank you.
All right, folks, we got the news coming up at 9 o'clock. Stay tuned.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. We have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. How you move when you're moving. Which direction you're going. You got to be careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Welcome. This is the latest news update as produced by the Northern News Network. We'll have the details when I return.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back locally. The Methodist Church in Grenada is collaborating with the Ministry of Education to host 2 in-person mathematics workshops for secondary school teachers facilitated by Singapore's renowned mathematics guru Yep Ban Har, PhD, from the 12th to the 13th of October 2023. In the region, TTPS committed to improving detection rate.
The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service says while the detection rate is not where it should be, it continues to employ strategies to tackle crime and hold those responsible accountable. Head of the Homicide Bureau of Investigation, Senior Superintendent Rishi Singh, said the TTPS has solved 79 homicides for the year out of 454 murders. He said while this is not a significant achievement, the police service remains committed to improving the detection rate in all divisions.
We would have noticed a small reduction in actual violent crimes of about 3.5%. Again, this is not something that we are very, very happy for. However, it gives a bit of comfort in the context of being an indicator as to whether the strategies that we have implemented are at all impacting.
He said Region 2, which includes the Northeastern, Northern, North Central and Eastern divisions, continue to be the most impacted with 221 homicides and a detection rate of just 12.2%.
Northern North, that is, with 73 homicides for the year, followed by Northeastern with 62 and North Central with 59. And that demonstrates that Region 2, which largely covers the east-west corridor from Morva Junction all the way to Arima, remains our most vulnerable space in relation to homicides.
Around the globe, UN warns Sudan warfare is hampering aid efforts and worsening humanitarian crisis.
A conflict that has raged on for months with humanitarian efforts being hampered. The United Nations on Thursday warned that bringing aid into Sudan through its 2 entry points of Port Sudan and the Chad-Darfur border posed various challenges. It has also resulted in deaths and injuries.
19 aid workers have been killed and 29 injured. It is unacceptable and it is unlawful. We also need to see an end to interference from the conflict parties in our operations, including forced checks of humanitarian trucks and mandatory military presence during the loading process in Port Sudan and Jazeera.
Port Sudan, which has seen little conflict in the past 6 months, is controlled by the military, yet the humanitarian crisis continues to worsen.
We have a recent cholera outbreak. Cholera outbreak caused by ability to be able to deliver sufficient water, water and sanitation, and to provide the crucial equipment that we need to be able to make sure that, at least from a health perspective, we are able to reduce or stave off some of these issues. We also have high incidences of malaria, dengue.
Sudan was plunged into chaos when tensions between the military, headed by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary burst into open warfare in April.
And in sports, Zlatan Ibrahimovic says footballers who move to Saudi Arabia risk their legacies becoming about money rather than the talent. This ends the latest news update as produced by the Northern News Network. I was your presenter Maxine Antoine, thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. 91.5 Real FM got you covered.
If you're looking to improve or maintain your health, look no further. We have a general practitioner right here on Main Street, Certez in the Quasi. Dr. Guerra, a gynecologist and surgeon who specializes in women's health. She offers lab tests, blood, pap smears, prostate cancer, and stool tests. Consultation for pregnant women from beginning to end. Surgeries, which includes hysterectomy, tying of tubes, vaginal shrinking. You can also call for an appointment at 423-3352 or our landline at 444-4272.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together. The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and coming soon, our Grandstand sub-office. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, your financial security is guaranteed.
The National Lotteries Authority is a proud sponsor of many cultural activities within the Tri-Island state of Grenada.
My name is Anderson Matheson, also known as Leftist, and I'm a calypsonian and stringman music player from Carrico. I support the games of the National Lottery Authority because culture benefits tremendously. Annually, the NLA supports the Carrico and Pittimatney Carnival, the Carrico Stringman Music Festival, and all regattas, among other activities. When I play the game of the NLA, I can see where my money goes, and it's an investment into our culture.
Yes, Grenada, when you play the games of the NLA, you enable us to invest in the skills and talents of our people in the areas of sports, culture, and nation building.
Join us, Grenada, as we continue to promote a legacy of excellence through the Pure Grenada Excellence Champion Training Program. Over 1,000 Grenadians have been trained. Food, transportation service industries, and other frontline workers, you don't want to miss out on this one. Training sessions will resume on mainland Grenada October 9th to 13th and 23rd to 27th, and November 6th to 10th and 20th to the 24th. Learn more at www.puregrenada.com/excellence champion or call GTA head office at 440-2001. Remember, excellence begins with me. Excellence ends with all our we.
We represent 47
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Glow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pocket every month. Plus, now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
Me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. And a begging into rivers, then into seas. Is why I sing it. Now this is my humble petition. And if it ain't for election, go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, they too greedy, eyes too beady. And before the romance, we expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts, even in chutney I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later, to protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation, to safeguard our image before Griffith cause more damage like a dog with fleas and down.
Welcome back, folks. The phone lines are open now, so we could you could punch in anytime. Mr. Pierre?
Give me the clip, Eagle.
Belly and guts?
Yeah, you need to.
Some administration, they are afraid to take the tough decisions early. But we are not afraid. That is why our Prime Minister said he's going to transform Marketing Board. I understand the Lagoon Road. Was there to be worked on before, but they had no guts. They had no belly. I heard the Wall Street had to be, idea was being, was there for the Wall Street to be transformed, but they had no guts. They have no belly. Listen, we have belly and we have guts, and we are going to take the tough decision, right? And we are going to do it early. And you know why early? Let me tell you why early, right? Because some people would not buy into it early. But if you give them chance for them to see it and for the thing to materialize, then we will get buy-in. So we want to say thank you.
Here goes. Like the acting Prime Minister. He mentioned guts and belly. But what are they doing to the poor people, the people in the lower socioeconomic bracket in this country, Mr. Pierre, must have guts and belly to do them that. A man like you can do them that. You have to have guts and belly.
What are the tough decisions they took early?
The tough decisions to advantage.
The first one was to fire the women of Carriacou, the women of Pulse. Then they removed $150 from the elderly and physically challenged. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Yes,
Good
my
morning,
brother,
Mr.
welcome.
Carl Igwe. Mr. Carl, you know, I read a scripture, verse, in 1 John 4, alright? We speak about the love of God. And I want to take it from verse 20. God said, if a man say, I love God, and hated his brother, he is a liar. He is a liar. For he that love not his brother, whom he has seen, how can he love God, whom he have not seen? And Mr. Carl, Andrew, when you as a man who's preaching the word of God, you're preaching the word of God, you have and say you are a man of God. That love of God must be in you. The Spirit of God is one of the Spirit of God is love. And then for you to preaching, yes, you could go to preach the word of God. But what God wants you to do is to demonstrate that love, to demonstrate what you're preaching to people. And I always say, if you preach something and practice something, you will be a castaway. Right? You'll be castaway. Because when you look at the weakness that this government is doing, especially how men within this government that are preaching the word of God on Saturday and Sunday, Master Carl, I always say, the word of God says, many are called, few are chosen. And they say, by the fruit of thy spirit you shall know them. Look at what they're doing with the poor, with the people in the housing. Look what they're doing to these people who are receiving the seed money. Look at the promises that they made again, and look at what they're doing. And the word of God, the poor will always be with us. And the poor people in the country is the government duty. It is seek the interest. As Mr. Pell was saying, this is an order that every government supposed to reach out and make life better for the people going to carry Peter Martin. But what you are seeing in Grenada here, this government making life more difficult for the poor class of people going to carry Peter Martin. But yet you see on Sunday and Saturday, the same people who did treating the poor class of people so going to church on Sunday and want to preach about love. The God will judge us for the things that we doing to people. However, this one.
You see,
what is interesting, Mr. Pierre, simply this. This administration continue to say that the past administration wanted to keep people poor. But the actions of this administration is not ensuring that poor people poor is like to annihilate or to get rid of everything. Because if the last administration had this housing for people in that bracket, and now you can't make it impossible, as you alluded earlier on, they make it impossible for the people to get it. But who treating the poor as poor? Yes, Mr. Pierre.
I think we should perhaps look at some of the tough decisions they have made. I don't think they consider giving the paying pension as a tough decision. Since the government did not challenge the appeal case, it was a foregone conclusion that government would have paid pension. Maybe not in the manner in which they did it in a lump sum, because that doesn't make good economic sense.
But Mr. Pierre,
but that would be paid.
Mr. Pierre, on the pension, before they pay the pension, the Attorney General came to the nation and said, let's be straight. This thing could break the thing irreparable, so to them is a tough decision.
Okay.
Because she said so, they have words.
So let us examine what are the tough decisions that they made. They remove $150 from the elderly. In my opinion, that is a no-no. That is sacrilege. They told these people, they promised to give these people $450 15 years ago. They promised to give them, they use an elderly man, parade him on television, and then the man died. They didn't give them money. 15 years after thereabout, they remove $150 from the $450 people were getting after they promised $650. There are some people from the National Democratic Congress that say Deacon didn't promise that. Well, didn't quote the World Bank. It chastised the previous government. That's why I say he's a fake. If you're going to say he didn't promise that, I say he's a fake. Over 3,000 people lost their job. That have to be a tough decision. In a high economic climate, governments intervene to provide jobs for people. The NDC fired over 3,000 people, including 30 workers from Grandba Estate, but 4. They left 4. And I understand when people say, well, all of them is NNP. 19 of these workers say, no, we're not NNP, we vote for NDC. People said they fired these 30 workers on Grandba Estate because these people were NNP. I understand 19 of them said they vote for NDC. A man say, well, you vote for NDC, but it's you, the people wizards speak about. Inside NDC, you have NNP. So in the government restorative justice, they go after caregivers. The people who were getting the temporary jobs on the road, because of the economic situation, government intervened to provide more jobs. They fired them. They fired the workers involved in FIT, and they refused to pay them. The Minister of Labor, well, she had a tickling laugh, as if she had an orgasmic experience. And the Prime Minister was making fun of these people. He did not pay them and he fired them. They took a decision to give themselves $2,000. They take a decision to pay number 10 to jump the fence with drama. It appears they are involved in the process. They take a decision that information will be on need to know, and they're going to hide from the press. They gave several $100 million from government coffers to ministers of government. And it's the first time I'm here in Grenada, that you have 12 people to advise one minister. the advisory lead. Now, if you put 12 people to advise one minister of agriculture, you must have a white paper. These people must present a white paper. Otherwise, it's a sham. I don't think they even ever had a meeting. They just hold these supporters and give them money. The government participated in over 7 galas. Over 7 galas in foreign land. And the Prime Minister flying plane, he and his members, as if them is air hostess and pilots.
He flying the plane?
They even bring in their spouse. I never hear that in Grenada. Somebody get a trip and they bring their boyfriend with them. Some boys bring in boyfriend, some girls bring in girlfriend. It's a kind of callaloo. So I prefer to say they bring their spouse. You're on safer ground when you say that. Those are the tough decisions the government make. The government prey on the weak in our country. And some of them mouthpiece decide to come. Well, this is the one I think that is, I don't think they could go lower than identifying villages as classless. This is the worst group that we have to deal with. It must be shocking to moderate NDC. It must be shocking to them.
I don't believe.
Well, I just hope and pray that no other country in the Caribbean adopt what Grenada did. When we overthrew the government in 1979, no other Caribbean country followed. No other Caribbean country followed. I'm not saying some people didn't want to follow. Rasta Bombo in St. Vincent tried. They say he had Grenadians going up, but Barbados sent a plane load of police that stunted the process. But no other countries follow. And I hope and pray no other country in the Caribbean follow this group of vultures. It's difficult. The minister said, tough decision. They sit down and plan these things. They see what they did with MNIB. And they set up a board as a sham. The board was a sham. The person that led the board retired. They didn't take one advice from the board. They only used the board.
Yes, kids.
And I guess
so let me zero in. You have a seed program. The World Bank says if you're making $650 or less, you're poor. Yet still, the seed program is only paying you $350 and $450. They are aware of the World Bank report. Why then raise the seed program to $650 or more? So if they were interested in truly alleviating poverty or truly helping you, they would raise the figure to $650 or more.
Now, what more individuals want?
Yeah, what more?
What more you want the Prime Minister to say? What more you want from the Prime Minister? He chastised the previous government for not raising it. He quoted the World Bank report. And then you have this vulture go in and remove $150 from this program. And not only remove, they're removing a lot of people from the program. The National Democratic Congress are removing a lot of people from the program. I'm not surprised. I've said umpteen time. In 2008, 2013, they removed 5 people from Paraclete from the program. And Paraclete was not known as the most depressed village. So I imagine what was done in other communities.
My thing, Mr. P, I'm a simple-minded guy. The Prime Minister says if the past administration was interested in alleviating poverty, and if they cared for the people, they would have make it $650. Say that. Play the clip again, Igwe, because I want to make that point,
So let me zero in. You have a seed program. The World Bank says if you're making $650 or less, you're poor. Yet still, the seed program is only paying you $350 and $450. They are aware of the World Bank report. Why then raise the seed program to $650 or more? So if they were interested in truly alleviating poverty or truly helping you, they would raise the figure to $650 or more.
It's a simple case, Mr. P. You don't have to go and give no explanation. If this present Prime Minister was serious about alleviating poverty, or if he cared about the poor people, he'd have take his own advice and raise it to $650. So I don't have no argument to make with nobody and say he didn't promise. He says the last government did not care, and they did not want to alleviate poverty by not making it $650. He's the Prime Minister now, he take out on it. So it's a simple case, Mr. P. You don't have to go in no big school. It's a simple case. He does not want to alleviate poverty. So when Tessa and them talking about Baghdad, that was just old talk. He does not care about the poor people. Because his words, if NNP cared, they would have make it $650. So, Mr. Dickel Mitchell, if you care, Make it 650.
He removed 150 from them.
If you want to alleviate poverty, make it.
Yes, caller, welcome. Hello.
Morning, caller. Hello.
Morning, gentlemen.
Yay.
How you all guys doing?
Quiet.
All right, sir. You know, as colored, draconian, and insensitive as this administration is, at least they listen to the voice of reason relative to the October 19th and 50th celebration issue. To the extent that they withdraw the idea and put it for the 31st of October. Well, give them a tap on the back, at least. But when you're tapping them on the back, make sure you tap it hard so that the pop would come out. Or you might spit out something else from the system that they need to listen to the people. Now, I'm a person who is not big on this hero thing. I'm a person who is no way big on this independence and especially this 50th celebration. Because I'm convinced, after a few minutes of starting to read my constitution, which one I bought in 1984, somewhere around January or so in 84, soon after the revolution died. About 15 or 20 minutes into reading my constitution, I recognized that we are not an independent country. I've concluded that since then, and I argue it, I study my constitution, I argue it all the time. But at least people somehow appreciate the idea that was given to us, or the limited independence, and they go ahead celebrating independence. The conflict that showed up between the 19th and especially Maurice Bishop's name involved with independence was a serious contradiction that needed to be, or anomaly that needed to be rectified. They did it to quite an extent. But remember, it created a controversy already. So there are certain things that are imprinted in people's mind. It's like Bishop is automatically a hero in Grenada. And so, he being the hero, he stand at, or maybe the first recognized hero, he stand at the pinnacle of heroes. Now, if you are talking about hero and celebration, where Bishop name come in, and Eric Matthew name come in, logically speaking, knowing the history of Grenada, the part that Eric Matthew played in revolutionizing this country, Eric Matthew Gary name would stand at the top, period. But like I said, I'm not big on hero and so on, so I'm not getting too much of an argument of it. But at least the sensitivity of the government, to the extent that they listen for the first time, I think, to people in this country for the past year and how much months, is a little bit commendable. But here comes the issue, which is 10 times bigger than this hero and 50th celebration thing. The housing situation as it stands now, or the decision to sell the houses to the people who are expected to get it. The more you look at this thing, the more dumb, senseless, backward. There was, I don't use obscene language, but there are words that don't even come in. Because it gets you angry when you come to think of it. And like I put it the other day, the only how I could really describe that thing adequately is like when you give a Drake a brand new pants or a nice shoe or a nice shirt, don't expect him to wear it. The only thing he would do with it is go and sell it. And this is what the government, in my mind, is doing right now. Behaving similar to how the Drakes behave. And I have no apology to make to any. I mean, I know I use harsh words to describe them a whole lot of times. But I have no apology in describing this government right now relative to the housing issue. Houses that was given by a government, another government, freely to the people of Grenada. Where people who are vulnerable, poor, whatever name you will call them, are likely, or the more better candidates, to consider for it. You're telling them to have to go to the bank where they don't have that kind of collateral. Had they had that kind of collateral, they would not have to even bother about going to government houses. That's the logic of the whole thing. They would have their own, and they don't need, you might say, for government to assist them in that way. And when you are given free housing, you have to get money to buy it initially. That doesn't make any sense. And there comes back the callousness, the insensitivity, and the draconianness that reigns in the government, that reigns in that administration. So even though they get a tap on the back for listening relative to the October 19th, hello, the housing issue, the Chinese housing issue in particular, stands as a sword of Damocles over their head. Take care, gentlemen.
Yes, Colin, I want to make 2 points on what you said. One of it is Maurice Bishop was a coward. Maurice Bishop took advantage on the Rastafarian population for no justification. Maurice Bishop hid behind women and children, and he lied to our people, and he evoked the Angola option. I don't see how an individual that is guilty of all these things could be a hero in any country. Adolf Hitler is not recognized as a hero, and the butcher of the Congo is not recognized as a hero. True. But when Monkey writes his story, Monkey could always write. Just as how we said Columbus is a damn blasted liar. And obviously the government have no intention of people getting these houses. That is why they're sending them to the bank and the financial institution. The very covenant that they destroyed. So they have no intention. They already have some NDCs that they want to make hypollutant, and they have people from the diaspora that they want to give a blight.
Igwe?
Yes, Igwe. So, I have a few questions for the guts and belly man too. Because I realize in recent times, every time the Prime Minister practicing leadership by avoidance,
Using the guts and
belly man as the acting Prime Minister.
Kadai's who have guts and belly.
So, guts and belly man, your mentor does listen, Mr. Telesford. So if the guts and belly man does listen because he make reference to that radio station in one of his posts. Anyways, that means critics wouldn't leave us alone. Critics make us famous. Thanks Guts and Belly Man for recognizing and hearing us. So here Guts and Belly Man. Is there any truth that you have some unfinished business with a wholesale distributor in Woburn?
A next one?
Is it any truth or any facts that a check in the amount of 20 grand could not be converted? I don't know, because the chatters on the street want me to ask it, because they say you are guts and you are belly and do them all. And then somebody drew it to my attention. Is there any truth, Mr. Guts and Bellyman? Government in protecting itself and its revenue at times would send out certain advisory. And one such advisory is to advise the cashier in certain places not to accept checks from certain persons or personage. Is there any truth that A and D, why is the acting Prime Minister business name A and D Enterprise? And one Andy Williams is on this advisory list because we want to know. Because we don't want a man acting like Prime Minister and people could force him into actions because the Prime Minister don't tell us when you see certain action, it's who pay. So we don't want to know who persons could just hold the acting Prime Minister at ransom. So seeing that you know about guts and belly, seeing that you know about doing things orally, Mr. William, just clear the air. About the checking the amount of 20 grand, and if there is a still addition of 13 grand to treat with a wholesale distributor in the south of the island. And if there is any truth, or if there's any lease or advisory from the government of Grenada, because you see, Mr. Perry, you can be head in the government of Grenada and your name could be on a list advisory to the government saying don't take check payment from you. Because you see, a lot of things is being done or information surfaces by the action, and you use the word earlier, Mr. Perry, the callous nature of this government. But the people want to know. Because I started this morning by talking about how the regional and the international community is viewing us. And one of the empirical evidence, because they also talk about evidence, is the fact that last year from January to July, we received about 157 million in grants, Mr. Pierre. And this year we only received 33. You understand? And then you're hearing, when you do the rough calculation of the houses, it's around $34 million. So them figures are too coincidental, Mr. Pierre. And so with all of that, and the acting Prime Minister, we just want to know Igwe. We don't asking much. All we asking, we want to know. And somebody from the village of Munich, because I'm the people's spokesman, want to know why a young man crippled or paralyzed from the waist down was removed from the seed program.
He's an NP. Parents is an NP.
And is it true that he was removed only because he living in a wall house? Because we don't know. The people want to know. And I know you guys listening. So, whose constituency Munich is in?
Munich is in...
Mr. Pierre?
Munich is supposed to be in Mr. You have to... I don't know if Emlyn Pierre or the Andrew individual which in Munich.
So is it...
It may well be Lennox.
So is it okay
Andrew,
to ask Mr. Andrew?
Lennox Andrew or Emlyn Pierre. But even if... It must be overlapping.
No, so I could ask Mr. Andrew
Lennox
to
Andrew.
find out.
Yeah, Lennox
Mr.
Andrew.
Lennox Andrew.
Toes go and find out, man.
Find out if there's any truth to that.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, my brother.
I want to make a comment about the housing problem.
Go right ahead.
And you is a man who could make proper comments on that. I'm glad you called.
You ever hear about a system called rent to own?
Yeah.
Right. No, there is a housing scheme in Dunfermline. And that is the method that was used. So the property is valued, okay? And the client rent the property to own it. So if the property value for say $100,000, every month you pay the rent that goes towards your owning the
principal payment.
Property. It's not a mortgage, so you don't have to pay interest. So if you miss a month payment, it just means that the next month you should pay 2 months. But what you do is, as soon as the client fails to pay for a month, you get in touch with him and discuss what is his problem. So you don't have no big arrears building up. So if the government is interested to assist the people, if the government recognizes that the houses are for low income and people of that sort, this is the best method of dealing with it. Rent to own. So if you tell me my rent is $600 a month or $500 a month, every time I pay you $500, I get closer to owning the property. So as soon as I finish pay, the property becomes mine. It is not a mortgage. And I've said this is what was done with the Dunfermline situation. Okay?
Thank you, caller.
Before you go, caller, you there?
Yeah.
With this recent development and charging that amount of money, knowing that somebody has to have collateral, security and so on to approach the financial institution, what's your view on the whole development?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Because you could speak on issues like that.
Let me tell you something. When housing, land and house is concerned, the bank uses the same property as collateral. So if you're going to take a property there, you're not really supposed to have other land or somebody come and sign security for you. They use the same property as collateral. So if after some time you cannot pay the property is there, because the property only becomes yours because it's a mortgage. It only becomes yours when you finish pay for it.
Yeah.
Before that, it belongs to the person who lent you the money.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of thing that is happening now. Now, these houses that the Chinese gave to Grenada, I could recall when they first came, we asked them for, let us see the design and so on. And then we told them that that is not Grenada standard. The rooms are too small, etc., etc. We have a building code and they have to abide by our building code. You have a lot of things behind this thing, you know. Remember the Chinese that were building the stadium?
Yeah.
They asked the planning authority for permission to build barracks for the workers. Gave them the okay. When the planning authority went and checked, they were building a hotel. So the planning authority stopped them. And that thing just kept in limbo. When the NDC came in office, they gave them the okay to go ahead and build the hotel. And that is when they started to build the houses. Because when the NNP government said, through the housing authority and through the planning authority said, no, we cannot allow you to build a hotel in that location. Remember by the rum factory, that place used to smell bad.
Yeah.
The Chinese, they said, well, they're building no house. So when the NDC came in office, they gave them the authority to build the hotel. And then they started building the houses, you know. But the thing is, the houses, they are not a gift to the government of Grenada. A gift to the people of Grenada.
Ah.
And people of Grenada must understand that the government don't have anything. It's the people of the country that have things. In other words, when I put you in office and you go outside and you negotiate a loan, it's me, taxpayers, we that have to pay the loan, not the government. People must understand that. So the Chinese gave a gift to the people of Grenada. The government of Grenada was responsible for certain things. You have to provide the land and some other things, right?
I think there's some concession on things.
But the fact is, the basic necessities of life are food, clothing, and shelter.
Yes.
And any government has to take into consideration the welfare of the people, and they have to ensure that these basic necessities are available to all citizens. If you cannot afford it, they have to find it for you. Because this is part of the role of the government to ensure that all citizens have food, clothing, and shelter. And water is a part of food. Eh? So, the question of government wanting to recover the money that they put down in these houses, that is not correct. The money that put on the houses is the people of Grenada money. Not the it don't come not in the Prime Minister's pocket and the Minister's pocket. It's the people of Grenada money that put on. So when they're talking about they have to recover what they put on, that is not correct. The people of Grenada, through taxes, etc., that is their money.
The people's money.
Yeah.
So what you're saying in
Government
essence?
not supposed to use this thing to make a profit.
Yes, I agree.
Housing authority not supposed to be an institution to make profit. You know?
No, it's our
They try to
service.
break even, at least they could break even.
Housing authority is not a financial institution. It's our service.
Service.
And
so sometimes,
to-
you know, I listen to some of these ministers and some people talking about certain things in this country about money, this and government, that, and honestly sometimes I say, well, they don't have a clue, you know.
The thing about it, the current prime minister well know about what I call the basic needs, because he says government should fight for its citizens. But we see like government fighting against the citizens. And what has happened with this housing now is the government take a gift to the people of Grenada and give the financial institutions to make a profit.
Well, is the banks and they never make money out of that? You know?
Because
wherever you go and you get your finance, you have to pay back. And
Because the bottom line is banks and financial institutions in business to make profit.
Yeah, that's right.
So giving them the gift, because you outline, unless you don't finish pay them, it's not yours.
No.
So you could only materialize the gift maybe after 30 or 25 years, which was not the intention of the project at all.
Exactly. Boy, I tell you. And you see, when they're talking about people not paying and they owe the authorities so much, and let me tell you something, that is an international problem. I have been to forums where we had, you know, people from Canada, people from England, all of that. And everybody was complaining about the same problem. About once the government funds the project and government takes responsibility to recover the money, people not paying because they're saying it's government, and in a sense they're right because the money is theirs.
Yeah.
The money that's going to it is theirs.
Yeah.
So they don't pay. So when they're talking about people not paying, this is not a Grenada problem. That's an international problem. We have people from Brazil and Colombia and everywhere. Everybody had that as a problem. You know? No, and honestly, you know, when you listen to what was said by this political party prior to election and what is happening, in other words, the words and the action now, in contrast.
Yes, totally.
I mean, and honestly, sometimes I have to say, part of it is ignorance, they didn't know, and part of it is wickedness. Now, you see, sometimes I listen to, there are two guys that are called on Mr. Pierre program, and I'm asking myself, if these guys never live in Grenada, if these guys never go to school and kind of thing like that, we cannot shoot in this boys and them just honestly, I mean, I don't say, well, you know, I say, okay, there are some people, I meet people sometimes, when we talk like I say, let me tell you something. You see, you don't even want to keep in a conversation with, so I ain't no time to do it. And honestly, sometimes I say, what Mr. And then, okay, you don't want to keep in a conversation with. So go ahead, just say what you have to say, and when they finish say what they have to say, they say, thank you very much. Don't comment on it, because to me, they want argument, they want Mr. Pierre to answer and say this and say that. So, they, you know, to feel important. So I feel if you just call, thank you very much, caller. Go ahead. Say what you have to say. Say what you have to say. You say, thank you very much. Don't comment on it. Don't say nothing. Even though they say, you have fire inside your house, don't tell them no, that's not true. Don't tell them no anything. Just let them let something stupidness. Because, Mr. I've been very honest with you. I learned politics during the revolution. Before that, I didn't want to hear nothing but Gary. when I learned politics during the revolution, I said to myself, Jesus Christ. So all the time I say, me I supporting GNP, so I should have been a big JI. Oh my God. Because I think I'm always saying that greater people need a good dose of political education. I mean, you've seen some people in Greater, even according to the Calypsonians, they catch in the rats and they tell you, let me send this, you know. When you ask them, why you send this? I don't like this person and I don't like that man, I don't like that man. Politics are nothing to do with who you like, who you like is for man and woman. I love that girl, I love that man. Politics is not about that. Politics is about benefits. Who could do the best things for me? Who would cater for what representative government we have, you know?
All right, caller, thank you. I'm going to give somebody else a try.
All right, okay.
All right. I have a next caller on the WhatsApp.
Are you on the air?
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
Master Carl.
Yeah.
Mr. Pierre.
Yes,
yeah,
Carl.
I would like you all guys to more expand on the lending procedures, and you could get somebody from probably a credit union or maybe a bank to explain more in depth how one qualify or how you go about getting a loan. Yeah, because you could have everybody on board, but what about the person who is stuck in a house, okay? But they don't have a job, they have nothing, but they just have outside family support. Okay, so how now that will react to that? Yeah? Sometimes somebody's outside of Grenada is helping the person to get a house. But how do you put that on document? You understand the point I'm trying to say to you? Because if you go for a loan now and you have certain age, would you be qualified? Okay, if you're over a certain age, they may require what you call life insurance and all this kind of stuff. Yeah? So these things need to be taken into consideration. Yeah, a person really don't, if you have a low income house and somebody's taking it, and somebody, as I said before, somebody could be helping somebody from outside, could be helping somebody here. A person not necessarily could be, because if it's $300, somebody had to pay here for a house. Somebody could easily send $110 US or $120 US for the person if they have to pay directly to the housing authority. But then you still have to come back and pay if there is an insurance and all them kind of thing. How that come about? Yeah?
Yes, caller.
All right, bro.
All right, thanks.
We try to
time now. Just before we go on the break, Mr. Pierre, don't move. I have an announcement for the folks listening via 92.9 inside of Carriacou. Kashmir's Cuisine and Bar. On the menu for today, Friday the 6th of October, for breakfast they had fried bakes, coconut bakes, fried fish, saltfish, cornfish, sausages, eggs, tea, coffee, and local juice. That's for breakfast. I think you could still get breakfast up to 10 o'clock. And then for lunch, they have jerk chicken, $20, curry goat, $25, grilled fish, $25, stew lambi, $25. And you could call them at 419-9711. And they say the lunch is served with macaroni pie, potato salad, and green salad. Good vibes. So we'll take a break, guys, and we'll be back after this. It's almost time for the 10 o'clock news.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest news update produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
Welcome back. Locally, the government continues to keep its promise in making direct investment in rewarding the top participants in the National Queen Show held during the Spice Mass 2023. Minister with responsibility for culture, Honorable Ron Redhead, handed over a check of $1,300 on Thursday, 5th October 2023 to Anika John, Miss St. Andrew, who was the first runner-up in the National Queen Show 2023. Minister noted Ms. John's remarkable showcase of great talent when she painted a portrait of herself under 4 minutes on the night of the competition. In the region in St. Lucia, opposition senator accuses the Labour administration of turning the parliament into a kangaroo court. We get more in this report.
Opposition Senator Dominic Fede has called on Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre to do right by the people and uphold his promise to govern with no tolerance for corruption, wrongdoing, and conflict of interest in his administration. According to Fede, Prime Minister Pierre has turned a blind eye and instead is fixated on punishing leader of the opposition, Alan Chasney, for unveiling misdeeds in the Labour government. Speaking to the report of the Select Committee established to probe statements made in Parliament by Chasney against MPs Richard Frederick and Dr. Ernest Hilaire, Fede says the commissioning of the committee is an affront to democracy and good governance. On Chasney's claims that Dr. Ernest Hilaire held a joint account with Walid Ahmed Jafali, St. Lucia's former permanent representative to the International Maritime Organization, Fede says the evidence lies in a report by the Director of Audit submitted to the Director of Finance on February 3, 2021. The Office of the Director of Audit in June 2029 had conducted an audit to determine whether the operations at the High Commission was in keeping with the requirements of the laws that guide procedures for government operations for the period 2015 to 2019.
Around the globe, Ukrainian president warned European leaders that Russia could rebuild its military capabilities and attack other countries within 5 years if the continent were to waver in its support for Kyiv. Here are the details.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warned European leaders on Thursday that Russia could attack other countries if the continent wavered in its support for Kyiv. He said if Russia had the chance to rebuild its military capabilities, it could widen the war within 5 years. Zelensky gave an emotive speech at the summit of the European political community in Granada, Spain.
We have to win in Ukraine so that Putin cannot scale this aggression to someone else, and it is realistic. That's why the key things are our unity. The unity and solidarity of all of our Europe must be unwavering. The unity of all 27 EU countries, all the Europe.
Zelensky added that he was still confident of continued US and European financial aid despite political storms in Washington and elsewhere, and that additional military support to Ukraine could mean that a, quote, Drone, tank, or any other Russian weapon will not strike anyone else in Europe. Underlining the horrors of war, a Russian attack on a village in the Kharkiv region on Thursday killed at least 49 people, including a 6-year-old boy, according to Ukrainian officials. The summit comes as a dispute rumbles among the Republican majority in the US House of Representatives, which has complicated budget negotiations. It has prompted President Joe Biden, a Democrat, to go from confidence to expressing concern that a deal will be made on Ukraine aid. The European political community was established last year following Russia's invasion of Ukraine to foster cooperation. More than 40 countries are members.
And in sports, West Indies Academy players will assemble in Antigua from Monday, 9th October for a high-performance camp ahead of the participation in the upcoming CG United Super 50 Cup. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. 91.5 Real FM got you covered.
GRINDEC Community Partnership Initiative.
I'm here to say a special thank you to GRINDEC for all that they have been doing for us. Now, most recently, we are very grateful for the paving of our yard. We now have easy access to drop off, to pick up stuff, and also it serves as a recreation point. So we're very, very grateful. And again, we want to say hats off to GRINDEC for always being there for us, and we hope that God would bless the company so that you can continue to support us.
GRINDEC, energizing our community.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Grenada, as we celebrate 50 years of independence.
I love my Grenada.
Made in Grenada presents the celebration of 50 years of Calypso.
Open me a bit of that night, honey.
One stage.
No, not so fast.
One show.
Music holding me, controlling.
Grenada's best Calypsonians performing Grenada's greatest hits. Sunday, February 11th, 2024 at 6 p.m. sharp. Grenada National Stadium. More information coming soon.
When the DJ play with her hungry, she raise her hand and she tell me, making no place sweeter than home.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash their lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. Or we pack up your bundle down. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe I repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging.
Yes, Igwe. They go indicate to the callers if they need to make coins, they could call in.
Landline and WhatsApp.
I have a clip I want you to play there for me, Igwe. With the speaker of the house. The first one. Yeah. It is because you see a lot of things that happen here in this country, and one has to understand why those things are happening. So listen to the speaker of the house. And he was in a, you could put it up on the screen too?
No, I have to program it.
I have to program it.
Yeah.
Listen to the speaker of the house.
But you get him.
So one of the things that the NDC will do very seriously is to revisit the Princess Alice Hospital. We have to do it. This is big parish. We must do it. Princess Alice, to my mind, has become just a surgery or a medical station. Because if you go in any place that is run by a single nurse sometime, and you can't find a doctor, I'm not sure that place is qualified to be called a hospital. We want to ensure that when people in big parish especially are sick, they can go to Maribo and be taken care of in a proper way. We take the health and welfare of our people very seriously. And so Princess Alice would come very high on our agenda.
Well, NDC in government almost 2 years now. So even the NDC don't even listen in Leo. Because they did 2 years now, Mr. Pierre. And the latest thing what's circulating on social media reads, only accidents and emergencies will be seen as we are currently severely short-staffed. Thank you for your understanding. So Leo, the surgery continue. Let me take it.
Morning. Morning, gentlemen. Mr. Carl. Hello?
Hey, morning.
I want to ask a stupid question.
Don't want to ask.
Now, these people that got lettered to go in the bank and get money to pay for their houses within 2 weeks' time, can a few of them not go to a lawyer and distribute the letter, show it to him, and file an injunction against government
to pass them
for wanting to deliver these houses to them in a manner in which was not first mentioned or should be delivered. All of them they must go, but about 4 or 5 of them go to a lawyer and discuss the matter. According to the answer they get, they could put on the radio and asking all the others to come to a meeting and suggest how they could collect this money to pay the lawyer to take such an action for them. I don't know what your answer to that is.
Color is about $350 to visit a lawyer in Grenada.
Yes, it's a matter you're going...
Well, you're asking these people to pay $350 to go and visit the lawyer?
All of them would...
And then pay for advice?
All of them would get together who are letters would subscribe to the payment.
All right, okay.
That's how I see it, because
Yeah.
I mean I can understand that people are supposed to get house free until you have a certain amount to pay and give them time to pay. But you're telling these people go in the bank now with a letter and they have to pay for the houses in 2 weeks' time.
Rent to own is not free, rent to own.
Okay.
So the rent that they're paying would eventually be the payment for the house.
Okay.
The easiest method.
So why then you come and tell me now, you give me a letter to go in the bank to get money immediately and come for this?
It's just a ploy for them not to get the house.
Okay, well.
It's a ploy. It's a strategy the NDC using to make certain these people don't get the house. It's just a cheap, vulgar, callous ploy.
It's a funny case.
All right, caller.
Thank you.
What is mind-boggling to me, Mr. Pay? Simply this. Over 15 supporters I know, because we just have conversation, of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Pay, call me and they vex to him. The man saying that all right. So not only ordinary people like me, but yet still some of the people are not saying it all right. They don't saying it publicly.
Well, I expected the trade union. I always call on the trade union, and I know that they don't represent these people. But the trade union historically does open their mouth for the voices. You know, a lot of the workers we mustn't say the trade union, because our trade union in Grenada have a track record of fighting against the other. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Last night, the thought came to me about the Dunfermline housing project. And I heard somebody mention about it this morning. Carl?
Yeah.
The fact is that the number of those housing schemes on the island, they were developed by Eric Matthew Gary under the GULP. Mr. Pierre, you must know that. Those houses were meant for those like the nurses, the policemen, teachers, and so forth. Those middle grade workers.
It was also low income, but police and nurses was provided a number, a percentage out of it.
Of the houses?
Yeah.
Yeah, most of those civil servants working with government, they were permitted some of the houses, like you said, rent and own. Yes? And so around the island, like in Telescope and St. David's and other areas.
Granans.
Yes. Around the island, this was done. Yeah? And so those folks, they were paying, and when they finished paying, they were able to develop the houses. And right now, you cannot really recognize the house as part of the housing scheme, which is different, far different to what is here the Chinese would have given as a grant to the people of the island after the hurricane. Am I correct, sir?
Well, remember we had some houses in Granans, I believe, that was have some level of similarity. And we have some of the houses in Dunfermline that have some of the similarities.
The housing in Dunfermline were developed especially for those areas. Eric Matthew Gary found it necessary to provide for those people that was working with government and they really couldn't build for themselves. They couldn't develop for themselves. And so he allocated those houses so that they could have rented and owned the houses. And after they would have paid, they developed the houses, and now they doesn't look like that anymore. Okay? It's different to what was built in, let's say, Subies. The houses in Subies were built especially after the hurricane, in case of a tsunami or heavy storm surge like we had last time. Those people could be rescued. And people who are unfortunate for whatever reason, fire victim and so forth, they would be located in those areas. They were not meant to be sold. So they mix up the two between the housing scheme that was done before by the GLP and the houses that is given as grant now by the Chinese. And so we need to come to grip with it, because those young boys and them, they're not sure what they're about. They're hearing about things and they're jumping in it. They're not sure. And in fact, I heard a lady made some remarks this morning. I don't know if she called early on, but she was saying about the little boy so arrogant and rude. She's speaking about the little boy was so arrogant and rude in doing what he's doing, displacing people and doing all these kind of funny things, you know. And I think somebody really need to talk to him. At least he's hearing. He's hearing sometimes. When one of the radio personalities said that they needed to fire the finance minister, he heard, and the finance minister was fired. The issue with the even now with the celebration for later on this month, the people cried out, and they heard again, and apparently they would have changed their mind about what they intended to do for celebration later on this month. So I think we need to talk a little more. They just might hear.
We have to talk louder.
Yes, they pretend they don't hear, but they really hear, and they act sometimes. But there are those forces behind them that are trying to strengthen their hand and force them, don't bother with them. But that little boy, he's hearing, because some of his parents went through that same system. Some of his parents went through that same system. So he must know. People in Munich wasn't rich people. Just the same way, they weren't rich people. So he knows. Thank you very much.
Yes, scholar. Yes, scholar. Well, I think in a democracy, you need people's voices. That is why I said we cannot have people claim them as economists and want to work as if them is talky cock in tongue. And when you have fundamental issues in a country, they shut your mouth. Even the trade union leaders, and I know the trade union leaders principally represent their members, so I'm not chastising them. But I'm saying for the good of the general public, they should point out to the government that what you're doing is sacrilege. What you're doing is callous. It is cruel. It is insensitive to the people in the lower income group. Why don't you follow the pattern of rent to own, as the previous scholar reminded us? The people pay rent in the house, and over a period of time, they own the house. And immediately you realize they're in error, you communicate with them and work with them, because you gave the United Nations an obligation. You gave them a promise. You were in agreement, although it is not a legal binding agreement. You agree to have a financial obligation to the wretched of the earth. If you have high unemployment in a country, poor housing, you must have poor health condition. You're going to have a number of social problem. You're going to have violence. You're going to have sexual problems, prostitution. And then it'll be worse for you in the long run. So now we on a platform improving the country's people. 10,000 toilet. This was a masterpiece. Over 3,000 people get employment. under the Imani program. Because the government felt that 80+% of the people in the Imani program were females, they come up with a specific program targeting boys, targeting the males. You're going to dismantle everything. We came out from the COVID-19 program, over 2,000 persons lost their job in the hotel industry. St. George's University grind to a halt. So government came in and create short-term employment by increasing the amount of people that doing debushing, road work. All that is to buffer the impact of economic disaster.
Social safety net.
The social safety net program, Grenada had perhaps the best social safety net program in the region. And the economy was doing better. That is why you meet the treasury pregnant.
But not only the economy, Mr. Pierre, crime
was
under control.
Every time the NDC ever build a housing scheme?
I don't know.
Somebody call us and tell us, I can't remember. Call us and tell us if NDC ever had a housing scheme program.
I just want to shift gears a little bit, Mr.
Go
Pierre.
right ahead.
In the Informer, the newspaper, on the front page, there's an issue there where the caption is, "Are you kidding us right now? Same-sex education in Nilo." Now, I make that point and they say it could be on page. Let me see, let me just give the information there because...
We have the reading on it? I have not seen
Persons
it.
could get the detail on page 2. I won't go through the details in this program, but I'll do it next on Sunday. However, my thing is, Mr. P, after that was said, the present acting Prime Minister went on social media and other platforms and says NNP are doing that, but NNP not in charge of Nilo now. So I just bring that to show, as you see, they doesn't realize the social impact the actions they taking would have on the country. Because the young, the bright, the brilliant, as they see, and they're not taking counsel. The thing about it, Mr. P, we expected them to make mistake. We expected a level of corruption, but not as is now. And they're not taking counsel. And as I say earlier on this morning, the silence of the intelligent minority aids and abet them because they don't telling them, "Watch fellas, I are doing this thing good." They're giving them, the silence means consent, they making them believe, okay, y'all about all doing things, all getting things done, when the majority of the persons who are ignorant, as they say, and they use the word classless and all kind of derogatory terms to style people here, one has to wonder what is really going on in the back of the minds of these people. Is it that they really don't care?
I think they don't respect. They have no respect for the people. They're very callous in their whole attitude.
Scotian said no housing scheme from them. They never build nothing.
That is it. And the NDC always take back. Remember they take back land from people in Carrico?
Yeah.
It was Carrico they take back land from them?
Yeah, take back.
And they take back $10 from road workers? Always find when the poorer people have something, it's too much for them. I mean, people have to understand the party that you have. When somebody is not making $3,000 a month, and they tell me they're jumping up for NDC, I just shocking. Because wizards say he have NNP inside NDC. If you're working for under $3,000 a month, how could you support the National Democratic Congress? How could you do that? You're not working for enough money to show off. You're not working for enough money to support them. I wouldn't surprise if they drop the tax template from 3,000 to 2,000. I wouldn't surprise if they do it.
But what baffles me, Mr. Pierre, in the context of politics, those actions to me, Mr. Pierre, I don't see gives the Congress any political advantage.
It gives some of the haters satisfaction. Those that call people nasty people. Those who laughing when people don't get paid. The Prime Minister that was making fun because over 3,000 people don't get paid. Over 300 people did not get paid, and he having fun, he laughing. And his group of people sit on there with a telephone in their hand, they easy could calculate. They didn't. The people who calling people classless people, they having fun. What's about those individuals who getting free trip? Yes, scholar, welcome.
Yes, gentlemen, once again, when Jude Bernard used that word I presented to you all of realignment, which is obviously the policy of the government, of the administration. He used that word in context of a question that was asked, or an issue that was brought up relative to the Carriacou housing situation, where the keys that were given by the previous administration was taken back from the people. So somebody came up with the issue on the calling program that is on GBN. And Jude Bernard answered the person soon after by pointing out what is going on there is realignment. And he brought up the question of, are the people who are to get the new sort of house, or the new people, are, you might say, the difference in the people who get it, are the aliens? The same question could be asked. The people who got the keys before, are the aliens? They belong to Grenada. They belong to the state of Grenada. So here comes the other problem that is showing up. You've all mentioned about the housing scheme that Uncle Gary, as you might call him, built in the Grandlands area. On that street there, the street that goes up to the hill, and the street that goes down to the airport, which is the highway as we call it, that's along the line where the houses were built. And the big question I'm asking now, in context of the fact that the new Minister of Housing, in dealing with that housing thing, said earlier on that he didn't talk to the cabinet about the problem. He spoke to the Prime Minister. That is before coming on the press conference. He didn't talk to the cabinet. Inside cabinet, I want along that street where his mother house is. That was a housing scheme house origin. I believe that because along that same line where Mello, the 1 foot guy who has that bakery, that same area, all the houses that were built coming up the hill, and the houses along the line to the airport, all these were housing scheme houses. As one of the callers said, no, you cannot even recognize those houses because the people, after maybe having paid for it, completed their process, they do their own building, their own style. So you see out of big houses there that doesn't look like the original housing scheme, but there are one or two on the side of the road close to the highway that still has that original image. But the big question is, if you go into cabinet to deal with that issue genuinely, what would be the perception of that minister, or the beloved minister, as you might say in the process? The smiling one, the nice, he's my good friend. And I wonder what he would think, having grown up in a housing scheme house, and now he's putting the people through that process. Take care then.
Yes, scholar, the National Democratic Congress never built houses in Grenada.
And point to note, Mr. Pierre, one of the contributors says, bro, some financial institution asks for legal fees and a 5 to 10% deposit on the value of the loan.
Once the government come up with this policy, it means the government have walked away from people who are unable to access the bank and financial institutions. The government now is maybe targeting some of the better off supporters and some of the people from the diaspora that they want to give their houses. But the government have no intention of providing houses for people in the lower income group. The NDC has shown callous contempt and disrespect and very insensitive to the cries. The language they use for them sometimes is heartbreaking. They're practically making fun of them, you know.
Yeah.
Poor beggars. One guy was saying we have to train these beggars. That is, it reminds me of the 70s in Gary era, when they used to call them stinking Garyites. And some people used to say, learn to make your X.
Yeah.
When they use all this shameful language to them, some of them used to bow their head and walk away. And others tell them, learn to make your X. Because your X have power. And that is why Maurice Bishop couldn't win the election. Although all the political parties joined up against Gary, they got 6 seats. And a few years after they recognized they could not have win Gary the election.
So
that is why they turned to the guns and the bullet.
So we have to tell them NNP people and them learn to make the
register and prepare to know where you put in your X. When those people, the 30 that is fired in Grand Bay State, those whose parents now is crying,
Faith organization,
learn to make your X properly. That is all you could do. You have power in your X. We have a political party that has never built a house. We have a political party that promised to give back the Chinese 1,000 house. They didn't negotiate for it, you know. They said we don't want all this house.
Give us half and some money.
Give us half and just 40 million. They want the money. This is the political party we have. We have a group of individuals, I tell you, I dig deep and I could only see them as vultures. Because they prey
on the weak.
On the weak. How do you go? I tell you, I hear the cry of some people, and when you visit some people and you see the conditions, they told the sister, what you complaining for? You have people worse than you.
You go on every cooking fish and rice today. Like Friday.
You have people worse than you. While they give several millions of dollars to government ministers. That is a first time precedent. Several millions of dollars. Government ministers got a loan. These government ministers couldn't face the bank. They could not have faced the commercial bank. They would not have accepted them.
Die my whole thing.
But they went to government coffers and get several millions of dollars. But no, the houses that is targeted. Yes, caller. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, my brother.
Igwe.
Morning.
Yeah. Concerning the housing problem we have in now, I think you should play that clip regularly when the Prime Minister talk about you can make everybody come in and keep me to your one you so because you want to keep your poor and you can't go in the bank and get loan thing there. I would like for you to play that clip too when you're talking about the housing project. Thank you.
Yes, all right. You see, that is a challenge that we have.
Government coffers.
It is always sad and unfortunate when you have people from your own ranks get a chance to propagate, to push forward the people's agenda, and they shaft them. I constantly tell people that is why it's Kenneth Kaunda that tell Maurice Bishop your enemy is within your footstool. The revolution is like a serpent. It eats its children. We produce this group of people, you know. They was not producing no capitalist country. They was not producing Cuba, Russia, China, or England or America. You know. We produce these vultures right in Grenada. Our children, their grandparents or the parents suck salt and pong goo to get them to go to school. Some of their grandparents and their mothers had one pair of shoes and perhaps rarely go to St. George's either in a trip or if they was going to hospital to make certain they went to school and maybe flog them too.
Going in St. George's then was an event.
Now they have an education and they get greedy. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, I drove on a piece of road, well, let's say for the whole of this week, from Tivoli up through Hermitage, up through the top there.
Mount Rich.
How you call up there again?
Like it's a back road there, a nice piece of road, yeah.
No, the main road.
Mount Rich.
Right.
Road.
Can you invite NDC before they interfere the houses? Can you invite them to build a piece of road like this so that we can forget everything else and enjoy the road like I enjoyed driving on it last night?
NDC doesn't build nothing. NDC does destroy. They doesn't build nothing. They cut down Belvedere Nutmeg. They doesn't build anything. They dismantle marketing board. They fire over 3,000 people.
Yeah,
we don't speak about that road.
All right,
we don't speak about that road at all.
All right,
you don't speak about that road. Carl don't speak about that road at all.
We is a foregone conclusion.
I'm amazed.
And then Peter Bill Road.
I'm amazed. I think we should invite a lot of people to go take a drive on that piece of road.
Take a drive and see.
Through Hermitage. Thank you.
Lovely road, man. See, the National Democratic Congress, the biggest call to fame is destruction. After they left office, $110 million unpaid claim in the treasury, and that's money for locals, you know.
Yeah.
They sold 13 pieces of property. Is the first group of people that sell property that was not there. Yeah. Can anybody say, look at the taking cook? You hear another caller call, and as if they're taking coke. They've been selling assets to meet current expenditure. They sell land that did not belong to them, you know. And they sell shares. Yes, caller, welcome. Tell us. Yes, caller, welcome.
Well, the Hermitage Road is not only the road. Remember that we get 5 new bridges in that road. And then when you see Cuckoo Bailey Hill, what the work they do there, that is a real great work the government did. And we get 5 bridges.
Yes, scholar. When they say too much concrete, you forget the NDC said too much concrete.
You see a concrete government.
The infrastructure in this country have been spearheaded, with the exception of the airport, principally by 2 governments. The NNP has placed a lot of emphasis on infrastructure in every creek and corner in Grenada. Even Blair's Road culture. In every creek and corner in Grenada. Try to put box drain, this, how can I name? Footpath, step for people going up a hill to crawl on the bam when they get old. But my favorite is 10,000 toilet. I never see that one coming. 10,000 toilet. You know what it is for the elderly in the house? And they don't have the toilet. We went to the United Nations and give an undertaking to have pipe-borne water for all. I think it's by the year 2020 or 2025 or what. And government come down here and try to implement it. And the National Democratic Congress say it's hand out. When you send a medical doctor, you send an individual to get tertiary education, and you spend between $250,000 to $1 million on them to get educated, and they walk out of the country and refuse to serve, we don't call it as handout. When we give several millions of dollars to ministers from the government coffers because they were not able to go to the commercial bank. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Pierre, Carl, and Igwe. Mr. Pierre, remember Andy Williams live in the house and scheme before, you know. That's where they have the house next to my brother's house.
So you know about that thing on them?
House there. Yeah, Andy Williams, they get a house from the house and scheme during Gary time.
So they have it still?
Yeah.
So maybe that the house they use for collateral in GDB?
Yeah. So they know about that. They know.
Oh.
You know, they know. I could tell you, they know all about that. Because I'm the.
And they know what's rent to own.
I tell you. Yeah, and even the revolution build houses too.
Andy.
I haven't heard anybody talking about that. The revolution build houses in Ghana too.
Only NDC that never built house.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only the NDC what never built one house for Grenadian. You understand? The NDC never built one house for Grenadian. But when you pass the factory, you see right there past the Carib factory, in the back of the Carib factory, going all the way down, right? Going along that Morris Bishop Highway in there. But in the back at the top, yes, the revolution has built some houses. A lot of the soldiers get houses. You understand? So it is sad. It is sad today. The same poor people, children. You understand me? We grew up in house and scheme. You understand? We are in them days you only pay for the smaller one you pay $70 something, and for the bigger one you pay $80 something. You understand? And they didn't rush in you. You take your time, you pay, and when you don't pay, then you could develop on your property. That's what these houses and them was there for.
Rent to
and
own.
Today,
so the acting prime minister know about that?
He know about that.
Bad-minded.
And I think Andy should talk about that because Andy is a man.
He bad-minded. You know he forget.
Yeah, so he could talk about that. And being as he is the acting prime minister now, he should get an air and air it out because the prime minister always running.
He's a pilot.
Every living thing happening there, the prime minister not there.
He's a pilot.
Leadership by avoidance.
Yes. And he had to stop at the stupidness.
Well, he can't stop because he's enriching himself for the country's expense.
Because he leaving those boys in the mess and he gone.
Well, he could do a good job.
And when he come back, then he talking away like, well, I wasn't around and I don't know what go on. You understand me?
Just like when he...
Well, I understand right now, even in Parliament, they're going up there with their booze, with their rum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
After they done do their thing, they're having their drink and getting on. It's time for Grenadian people to get up and say enough is enough.
Time for you to remember how to vote.
This thing to keep going on in our country. We can't allow that.
You have to remember how to make the
He has to stop. He must stop. We can't allow that, Grenada. At least the dogs and them start backing. Slowly but surely. We stay too quiet for too long. Everything they do, Master Carl, is not right. Now we stop the money here project. You understand me? We can't handle it. What else? Just keep going, go around the country and come with project they can't handle, so they just stop it.
Well, you have to remember they don't sell electricity company yet, you know. And that one done for sale.
But look at last night. Carmichael, in the bus terminus, people was waiting for transportation, and busmen tired. They're tired because who don't like money? And when you see a bus refusing to come and pick you up because he tired, it's too much mess. And we have to stop cleaning up this mess. We must.
Yeah, but we
otherwise
put on
the next government who are going to be there
God help
in the
them.
years ahead go have a real problem. Real problem. And Mr. Pierre, please keep airing it out. You, Sheldon, Master Carl, and others, and Sister Jenny, who have a great program, keep showing us.
And we need to
And we need
educate
the
our
power.
people about the policies of this
Yes.
vultures.
We, power, is really listening, understanding what's going on.
Yes,
But you know
Carl.
what? Who dig we grave, we who dig we hole, and we have to go down in that hole because some of us never listen. Although you explain to them, they can't hear. They only all they hear talking about is they're going to get contract done and are going to be prominent. I talk until I get host, Mr. Pierre. I was in Grenada the whole week before the election. They wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen, for heaven's sake. And look what happening to us today. Look what happening to us today. Anyhow,
Thank you,
guys
Carl.
have a good one. I'm listening.
Yes, and our brothers in the diaspora, well, at least they have a few houses for you all. And I just encourage you all to make use of it. Because if the government is a government policy, the government providing some house for you in the diaspora, find out, because at $25,000, that's easy US.
Yeah, but Mr. Pierre,
And you could get it.
Well, the caller made a very substantive point. You know. The acting Prime Minister knows too well about his house and housing and the condition and payment for houses. He knows.
Remember, he in a different social status now.
Let's say
no longer a poor boy. Yes, scholar, welcome.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, my brother.
Yeah. We must remember, Mr. Pierre, that it was Mr. Carl Bristol that was the head of the taking back of the houses in Carriacou. And the lands, I think it was lands in Carriacou.
Yeah, the NDC take back.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, they take back
Led by
land.
Mr. Lloyd Newell and others.
They take back house.
Right.
They take back $10 from road workers.
Yes.
They take back money from Imani.
And Miss Delma Thomas was the one that certified and gave the people, certified that the people got the keys, the new keys that they gave them for the new houses.
Well, she must help to take back the keys now.
Right.
Take back the keys.
So I'm wondering what she's saying now, because
She must be laughing. Take back
said,
the
don't
keys.
worry. She said that don't worry, the people is going to get their houses.
Yeah.
But now we understand that they have to reapply for the houses. After she accepted that they would have opened, they would deliver the houses in June because everything was in place. She said the keys was in the hands of some people already.
But they take
That's
it
what
back
she
now.
know.
They take it back.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ups and downs in this thing. A lot of ups and downs.
Which is the two parliamentarians that say election are consequences?
I don't sure if I remember who.
Alright, I know you're going to remember. Now that I tell you, I know you're going to remember. And you will understand.
but I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm not satisfied with. A lot of things that see happening there, and you know, they're not behaving like mature people.
They are vultures.
Yeah.
They prey on the weak.
I think is thing you have to show that you're not behaving as macho. You to appoint an acting prime minister, you tell me you're not in place. You don't know what the rules and regulations, and you're not aware that the person you appoint the first time is out of the state. How could a minister leave the state without knowing to the prime minister?
But they're traveling so regular they forget.
You know, come that. I mean, that is.
The pilot jump on and explain the hostess move.
I heard Mr.
Clifford,
Andy, yeah?
intoxication does lead to hallucination.
I can't say
And men does take a wrong direction.
I don't go in there.
I'm just telling you what happened. You ask a question and answer, and you don't have to go there.
I heard the answer.
I find like they hire you unanswered.
I find so.
You know, I was shocked too when I heard the Minister of Housing. And to date, I am still having him in mind for that. A Minister of Housing.
A man of God.
Yes, going to tell a meeting where you call reporters and tell them that you did not tell the cabinet. You didn't thought it was wise to tell the cabinet because you tell the prime minister.
Well, not is the level of respect they have for it.
Well, that has to be imbecile. How could you be minister and look at something that is having
like political neophytes
and you ain't tell the parliament, the cabinet? You ain't tell the cabinet, you tell the prime minister, and I guess how much you didn't tell the prime minister, sit down by passing him or you tell him that. So you ain't have a sit down together and discuss with the cabinet of the island.
Clifford.
That's sick.
Clifford.
Mm-hmm.
So when the CBI discussion come up and the prime minister say he does recuse himself, that don't mean he don't control what's going on inside there.
No. You could say
by what Telesford say means they just had a discussion already. So say he recuse himself. It's
no,
like
that was weak in the prime minister again too. I heard when the prime minister said that is weak. Total weak. You know, I mean, come on. The prime minister is too intelligent for this weakness. He doesn't show that they're showing any level. I don't expect them to have all the
lack of scruple.
Yes, as other politicians, I mean, Dr. Mitchell and others who have spent 2 or 3 terms. But these are normal little things that you're supposed to remember. It's like you telling your child when he comes from school, he must be trained that he have to tell you good morning, good afternoon. When he going, he have to tell he's going. And if you don't know that now, how could you want to be a leader? These are things that you don't have to take. The rules should just tell you that the prime minister has to go away. What are the rules? Bam. You read the rules and you follow the rules. You appointing somebody and making that kind of mistake. No. That's liquor children thing. That's not for the prime minister and the people behind him. The person that was supposed to do that, you mean you don't read no document? You just go with the flow? You don't read the document and see what are the procedures you have to go through?
Yeah, thank you.
Weakness.
Thank you, Colin.
Cool.
You know, in Clifford, that's the issue, Mr. Pierre.
The caller. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
I am Mr. Clifford saying that the man have a lack of education, but tell him common sense is cheapest. If you don't have common sense, with all the bag of certificate, it don't make sense.
A briefless certificate.
Yeah, just tell him that. That's all, yeah.
No scruple, no moral. They arrogant, they greedy, and they are vultures. And they pray. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre.
Bro.
Yeah, Mr. Pierre, this wrongs. I feel a politician making a jail, you know. I don't know how is that for the people money.
The people that choose this proportion. We have to educate our people to understand the policy of government. NDC never build a house. And they always take back from people.
One of them making a jail. I don't know which one of them, but
bro,
one of them will make a jail.
Just you and your friend
make sure
get registered and learn to make the X.
Yeah, man. We give them one lash of pencil this time.
You have to ram it up in the right place.
One lash of pencil. You know
Alright.
what I you know?
Alright, bro.
Go.
Hear this, Igwe. Bro, I just come out downtown, and first time I see that, I went in 2 stores and there wasn't anybody inside the stores. The last one I went in was Bargain House, and there were only 3 persons. Bargain House is usually full of shoppers. I was shocked. All the store attendants was just there looking at one another. He do have money. Somebody are just calling tongue. The capital and Mr. Pay. They're not the Grenville or Sortes, you know. Joseph Andal, you hearing? Because I find you missing in action.
But normally, every time the National Democratic Congress in power, the same thing happened. Yes, caller, welcome.
Yes, gentlemen, once again.
Yeah.
Master Carl.
Okay.
My last contribution, that what I was actually saying without calling Andy name. The caller afterwards called Andy name. I was pointing out to you all that Andy grew up in a housing scheme house right along the breweries there, what I call the breweries now. That road, that street going up that way. All the houses lining that street down to the highway, going up to that point there. All these houses on the side of the road there. And there's a back street that splits to go up the hill again. What housing scheme houses? By the guy who does the bakery. Right in that right now they have a very big house. And that's where he grew up. So I was wondering if that was discussed in cabinet, that part of it that is going on now. When they was talking about the people who didn't pay for the abode for all the years, Telesford came out and said that they didn't discuss it with the cabinet. He spoke to the prime minister and he came and he had the press conference and so on, which is something really stupid as far as I'm concerned, because these kind of decisions supposed to be a cabinet conclusion decision. And if you just go into it with the prime minister, how do you explain that kind of process? So how binding it is, or how binding it should be considered. So arbitrarily the prime minister and the minister for housing just come up and decide on a decision, on an issue. And how binding would that be? Because cabinet decisions is what's supposed to be governing the country. So that I was wondering if cabinet decision went through the process of making sure that the people to get the new hotel houses, they have to go to the bank. Did Andy mother and son and his father and them had to go to bank to get a house in the whatever desperate situation they were in? No, and he grew up in that situation. So he should know. And if there should be a dissenting voice in the cabinet right now relative to that process that they're going through with that house, with the housing, with the houses, in all aspects, whether those who have not paid for all the months or years, and those that have to get the new houses right now. If Andy sits in parliament and agrees to this kind of nonsense, you get a clear picture as to what's actually going on with these people and them.
Yes,
because Andy grew up in that kind of houses, in that kind of situation. That's where Andy grew up, and I know Andy. And me and Andy move very well when we meet. And I like the guy, as you might say. Where's the descendant voice?
All right.
Where's that descendant voice? A person like you should know better. Take care.
All right, caller. It's up here.
If he gets millions of dollars loaned from government coffers, he will shut his mouth. He will shut his mouth.
Mr. Pierre, the first sitting of Parliament after this NDC won election, the Speaker of the House gave the opportunity to all the new persons in Parliament. He afforded some time to them to speak. All ALL from the Prime Minister down claim poor. All indicated to the nation that they came from poor upbringing, that they know what it was to be poor, and the poor and the poor. First order of business, you attack poor people, children, by making them go.
And they take 2,000 for themselves.
Then you don't pay them and you're making excuse for not paying them. And when you talk about them condescendingly.
Laugh.
Like they don't want not, you laugh like it's a big joke. When the AG hear about they make those go in Carriacou, like she was having a time, like rain the falling on she galvanized.
Yeah, rain was falling.
They continue and listen. These people and them, they know it was illegal, but they pay teachers. Guts and belly. And according to Woodsman Kelly, they nothing. Within 3 months, They take $2,000, Mr. Payne, without tax, you know. Lying and saying how for paying drivers when they fully well know the vote is under the parliament to pay drivers. So they do something and they're wrong. They make workers go without pay and no natural justice, Mr. Pay. That's what they're doing. Leadership by avoidance. Every time a big issue come up, they go take advantage of somebody, the Prime Minister find it conveniently to go away. Well, the 150. I still maintain, Mr. MP. The Prime Minister say if NNP wanted to alleviate poverty and if they care about the people, they would have make it 650. What he come and he do? He take out what NNP point. So that means he don't want to alleviate poverty and he don't love the people. Plain. They take advantage on the workers in Carrico and the GG, GG, the AG, the Attorney General. They give their friends tax break, Mr. Pierre. While at the same time, they up in arms with them house people and them now. They give them millions in tax break. Hundreds of millions in tax break. And they talking about first they attack those in Subis for $4 million. They taking $7 million of the poor people money to have fun and frolic, they say, for independence. So the question is...
Yes, scholar, welcome. Yes, scholar, welcome. We lost it. Okay.
They mash up the RGPF. They mash up FIO. They give, as you just mentioned, minister just walking in GDB and taking any amount of money they want. They continue to lie to the Grenadian public.
And the individuals who walk around with morality and accountability and transparency,
yes.
like a gallard around the neck, they gone in hibernation.
Yes.
They're in a cocoon.
When you speak to them and they speak of their opponent's realignment.
Yes, scholar, welcome.
Detoxification. Yes, scholar.
Good day to everybody.
Yes, scholar.
I would like to support the caller before Mr. Bridgman. What he's saying is true because my brother also have a house behind Andy's mother's house. And she, I guess, has finished pay off her house and she built a mansion there now. So what the caller is saying is true. And these people didn't have no heart, and Grenadian knew about it, and they went and they took their hand and they voted for these people. So all what the Mr. before he's saying is true. So where are we? Mr. Pierre, I want to say something you and Mr. Carl. Prime Minister in his talk, what there was, he advised the people to take the lawyer. And just as how everybody put forth and said to them the 19 should not be in that holiday, I want everybody do the same thing and make a petition to these people and say to them, all you can do with people that. Yes, Mr. Pierre, you're calling for education. Yes, educate what? But we need action with it. So people should start campaigning on that and tell them they can't do that. And the former Prime Minister said, take them to court. Well, we have people who were in the government who have legal standing. Get together and let's start to do something because this Grenada is not them own. The donor is Grenada and their is on the birth certificate for there and the people alone, and it's not right. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, and what we are doing here is part of the process. We constantly pointing out the evils that these vultures are doing. We are also challenging those who used to be modeling around the country with a gallard around the neck of accountability and transparency. We are challenging the accountants and the managers of the financial institution, and we are speaking out to all those individuals. We are taking on those on radio that been telling lies. And we calling out the ministers who seems to get a thrill when people lose their pay. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes, caller, welcome.
No, I must have to call in today and give my piece.
Welcome.
Yesterday, that was the 5th of October. It marked 1 year since 6 of us, 5 of my co-workers and I, were terminated from our jobs without any reason, no compensation, no love for us, nothing whatsoever.
Where that was?
We are not Grenadians. This was done by the criminal minds of the people that now rule this country. And you know what? We were buried. But it so happened that when they buried us, we was alive.
Before it all, it was a seed.
After 1 year, we were still breathing that breath of life which the Lord blessed us with. And you know what? For those who were glad, they were joyous, they were happy. They made all sorts of remarks that they're glad and we should have gone long. Today, by the grace of God, we are happier than this. We are breathing that breath of life with more relief. We are sleeping better at night than them. Because you know why? They are wicked. They have no love for people. You understand? So by the grace of God, we are making it after 1 year. So today, that's our anniversary. So we're celebrating that.
I haven't seen you in a minute, man.
I'm there.
The person still parking by the Catholic Church?
I haven't seen them since after that.
Okay, all right.
Because they created an accident which had to cause people rushing into hospital. Thank God there were no fatalities.
Well, if they create an accident, they should charge them too for driving without due care and attention.
No, well, you see, like, there wasn't showing no sort of care for the people. You cannot park around a corner, and not one vehicle, many vehicles wrong a corner with no consideration for the other drivers. And when accident happen, you turn your back, you turn a blind eye, and you close the door and you go inside.
Yes.
You don't care what happened on the outside.
All right, take your caller.
You
yes.
too.
1 year she lost her job.
And callers must call in,
Yeah.
because
And I like how you put it, criminal minds.
yes,
There was malicious. There was no justification for that. They promised that the workers will be made permanent. They damaged the relationship between the financial institution and these workers that we consider as temporary permanent. And then they fired
yes. You don't give me my representative for the day.
And they got a real laugh from it, a thrill. That these people
I tell you, the AG was behaving like rain falling on she galvanized by.
Happy. Some say let it go and pong stone in the river. It's sad and unfortunate when our country could reach like that.
Have him lead.
Yes, go ahead.
An NDC government will put an end to contract workers in the public service as soon as it takes office. There is no need for a parallel public service in Grenada. All workers will be given permanent status.
So, Mr. Dennis Cornwall, addressing you now. So the people and them all give the letters who are not permanent and on contract, just start by making that set permanent. So they will be able to take their business to the financial institution. So that means they will be walking over the threshold of 2,500 a month. So, Mr. Cornwall, you have an opportunity to redeem yourself and make me look ordinary. So the people, what have the letters, Igwe and Mr. Pay, who are on contract, who are temporary, Mr. Dennis Matthew Cornwall. Because I could speak to you on that. Because the Prime Minister say you and him must recuse yourself of them. So always he hefty anything. I could afford to recuse yourself. Always he too hefty terror. Because he need you in finance. Chatters on the street say if you decide to walk out on them, they know is melee. So Mr. Dennis Matthew Cornwall, the people and them, how much are them they give letters, Mr. Pierre? 500? The amount of people you give letters who are not permanent, because we did some calculation here this morning, and for them to comfortably get this thing done is make them permanent. Start by that set. And when people ask you why you choose that set, say, well, these are the set based on the situation we housing. We start here, and the people go respect you. But chatters on this should tell me you have those among them or they qualify, Mr. Pierre, who plan to take a big loan and buy a vehicle too. You know. So you have some they put in the mix already what they know capable. You know. And these people are them. The intention was not for these people are them. Because if you could go and refinance, as you see, and you're taking 70 something plus to buy a vehicle, there goes the whole thing. But we go know. We go find out.
This kind of
and as we telling the NNP people and the neutrals and the silent majority, practice to make the X by the house. Because
and people have to understand, if you're making under $3,000 as an income, how could you justify being a supporter of the NDC? Forget who you like or who you don't like. There will be always people who you like and who you don't like in a political party. Always. But it is the policy of the political party. The NDC never build a house. The NDC always take back from people. Well, when I say that is a big statement, so I want to give you examples because I like to open up myself for challenge. They take back land from Carriacou people. They take back $10 from road workers. They take back money from Imani. They take back people from the seed program. They tell the people worse than you, what are you talking for? They take back workers from the caregiving program. NDC always taking back. They always sell government assets to pay current expenditure. It's like you have a little shop. You're selling drinks, but think bad, you sell your fridge and you buy ice. And you put in the drinks now in a bucket of coal because you sell the fridge. Mm-hmm. That is the National Democratic Congress. They sell land that did not belong to them. Look at them now. They sell a car, somebody lend them. I never hear this one like that.
Yeah.
Yes, caller, welcome.
Yeah, me again.
Yes, my brother.
I know of a man living in frequency, right? And he get a letter to go on the house and skin and send the building. And he living in frequency. How that thing happen? Thank you.
Yes, because now the NDC is looking for the supporters that have discretionary income. Even poor NDC does not benefit from NDC. Anytime NDC come in power, their poor NDC doesn't benefit from them. So they're looking people now with discretionary income who could get a loan in the bank, and they're looking for some of the supporters in the diaspora. I mean, they could muster $20,000 and they could buy one of them units. And one of the units might be better than where they're living in New York. Because rent is expensive in New York. New York is an expensive place to live. Yes, caller, welcome.
Lose down.
And we're coming to the end of the program, so callers, you can fire some calls now quickly. You know, we'll take all the calls. Yeah, we lost this one. We just hope you pick up the telephone and call again.
Yep.
And I think it's important for people to start to study the policy. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to you, Mr. Pei.
Yes, my
Good morning
sister.
to you, Igwe. Oh, Mr. Carl Caton, good morning to you. It will be a miss of me if I can phone and say good morning to you.
Yes, we love that.
Fantastic program this morning. I'm so busy. I got all my family come from abroad and they stay with me. So I'm very, very busy. Can't make much contribution. But Mr. Perry, you are so right. In 2008, we already obtained land from previous government. We bought it. I deposit $3,000 on the land. And when they came in power, that was Mr. George Prime, when they came Minister for Carriacou Petit Martinique, they took it back, and not me alone, everybody else. And thank God for the previous Prime Minister. He's the one who allowed me, and Mr. Nimrod, because I already paid $3,500 on it, and they're the one who helped us to get the land back. So it's true, Dave, they take until they don't have nothing, so they do not respect the poor. The poor mustn't go forward. The poor must be a beggar on the street. And they like a dog with dog who need a bone. When they're passing by, they throw a bone for you. That is not right what they're doing. They must realize they're there to look after the people, the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Not to behave like that in a man and treating them so badly. Think about the poor and the vulnerable. Jesus said the poor will always be with us. Respect the poor. And if you want the poor to respect you, you respect us. So you give respect and you'll get respect. Have a beautiful weekend. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Yes, and it's always great to hear your voice.
Yes,
good.
man.
Yes. And you can pick up the telephone and give us a call. We're on the last couple minutes.
We're on the final mission.
We're on the final mission, but we will take your call. And always remember, in 1990, NDC take back some people land too. They take back a piece of land.
Clip there again,
Yes, I have actually I have two in.
Play them here.
Always taking back people land. Taking back pay from people. You know, getting people out of their jobs. Selling assets that don't belong to them.
And anytime you see the National Democratic Congress gets back into office, I say there will be an agricultural revolution in Grenada. I say there will be a turnaround of this economy. I say when they can bring virus, they can bring whatever pandemic they want, whatever hurricane will come, when we embark on our way to agriculture, we will survive any crisis that hit this nation. That is the direction. That is the level of independence.
Fire 30 workers
from
Grand Bay Estate and sabotage the source of industry. That is the NDC hallmark. Cut down Belleville and Nutmeg. Yes, caller, welcome. Yes, caller, welcome. We lost that caller.
We have a next one.
Morning.
Hey, morning.
Don't listen to your radio. Just speak.
Yes. I could have remembered the night of the election. Me and the partner, I had some NDC by the way. And one NDC partner said, "By what that little man go do real thing?" And when I listen to that program, it come back into my mind. And I say, by that little man doing real thing in truth. How could a government be so cruel to watch the poor and just squeeze the man like that? Yeah, but then if you say the house, the people in the housing area in Sobeys and Frequency and Dabo, they owe you, and look at how you're humiliating them. But the big businessman who owe you how much tax, break, and you look at how you easy them up. You give them how much tax break, how much tax amnesty. You remove the freight from the port. Is what you don't give them how much ease up. But look at how you're squeezing the poor man now. You understand? Look at how you're squeezing the poor man now. And according to you, Mr. Pierre, these people and them are vouchers. Nothing more than wicked mindedness. You understand? But anyway, your program almost coming to an end.
Yes, my brother. We right almost there. I say Yes, well, as we round up, we say to people, I always say to people, you must study the government policy.
We have an next one.
Yes, caller, you gotta punch quickly. Welcome, caller, on fire. We lost that caller?
We did.
Yes, caller. Caller, you listening to your radio or what?
Yeah, okay. Mr. Pierre, Carl, and Igwe, how could we didn't use common sense and give the people in the housing authorities a break when you know for 2 years they couldn't walk. Everybody had to lie low. Dr. tried his best to help who he could help. And did you ever hear about a government lost an election just after a pandemic? Tell me which one of the government ever lost an election after the last pandemic? Think about it.
Yeah.
Just look at it.
Yeah.
More than Donald Trump. The only one who lost an election is Donald Trump, because he turned it back on the people. You understand? Just think about it. And when the government of Grenada, when the new government of Grenada gets into office, they give the businesses a break. You understand? They give the businesses a break, but they cannot give the citizens of Grenada a break. Just think about it.
All right, caller.
That's
Thank
worse
you.
than anything I ever heard.
Yes, caller, thank
You
you.
say the people, give them a break. Give them a break. Say, look, from January 2024, X amount. Look at the problem we're going to have with the barbers and the hairdressers and things. That's another problem is coming
The
up.
deadline coming up for them. God help them.
Think about it.
Yes, caller.
Everything we say, we have to go backward. Everything we say, we have to keep going backward. You know what I mean?
All right, caller, we run out of time.
We run out of time.
Okay then.
All right,
Have a
take
good
care.
one, man.
That man militant labor.
Yeah. You want to stop calling from Toronto?
Yes, that's the challenge I have.
All right. We good?
Yeah, man.
Yes, we
Sunday.
All right.
Well, Mr. Pierre, till next week.
Yeah.
All right.
Next Monday.
What you say?